No.
Show my bookmark. There. Mhm. Oh, I want to live stream that one myself. I have to do that. You do it too. Okay, so all I need is this, and then I need for that. And then I am going to put you here. Okay, it should be live now on the website. And this.
So.
We'll figure it out. I'm kidding. Let me
figure it out.
let me get finished getting this all ready and see if I can. The problem is my laptop has a bad computer or bad battery, and it does not stay charged.
Okay.
So I'm not. They didn't tell me where to plug in for that. They didn't give me those instructions. Okay. I need to go over there and do that.
And that one there. But good. I wanted to make sure that. Okay. Yeah, so. So it's open. I don't know if that means they can do it. So I basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Designated. Las Vegas.
Are you so blurry?
Yeah, so I can leave you.
Probably maybe because I'm there.
At least it is.
Not sure if I will be able to get onto that projector without their tech help, which I can request. I didn't bring it, no. Oh,
And then you try to.
Seattle about 5, 6 years ago. They banned the Seattle police from coming into their stores because it depends on their if scared of customers.
oh,
So I.
well, see my. We are. Message Amanda to see if. Where are we hearing?
There's also a document.
I should have. I muted.
See my pretty spot.
Ooh, nice job. That's why you want, there's some little stuff. Animation.
Right.
One.
One. That's all.
Oh, you know, we are live right
They can't see that. No, we're not sharing. They can see us. And then
Here.
not this one. Two of the two. I just want three or just.
Oh,
Just
okay.
eight.
now. Oh, okay. I'm seeing if I can.
To go from outer space.
I don't need a. What do you do? Oh, right there. Well, is that better? No. That's not, it's my, it could be the only one.
Funny.
And they what?
Look inquisitively, as if to say.
Yeah, yes, yeah. You can use nonverbal communication skills, so, but you cannot see the picture and, only the folks giving direction can look at the picture.
Yeah, you can't ask questions.
Yeah, no talking or asking questions, but yes. You can do, I think city managers do that, like eye rolls and. Okay, the other exercise you guys are going to do as a team is you will receive a deck of cards. And we're in place next to, I'm just kidding, we're gonna do, poker tower, and so you will get a pair of scissors and a deck of cards, and that's all you get, and you have to use these tools to build the tallest tower that you can. It is a timed, all of these are timed exercises. Okay, and then the last one is tangram. Anybody ever played with tangrams before, like puzzles? Okay, so you're gonna get a tangram puzzle. And you're going to get a variety of shapes that you can construct. And this one's, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty challenging. You have to see how many you can get in the time allotted.
And it's inside of this, right?
What?
No.
No.
Shape, oh, they can
No.
shape outside, okay, got it.
Yeah, the
Okay,
shape has
okay.
to be, those are all the pieces. So
Got it, okay.
you all get like a free one. The square shape is on here, so it's obviously already designed. So don't miss your opportunity to check that one off and build some team momentum right out of the gate with the win. But then you have to figure out how to take these pieces and build these other designs. And whatever team gets the most designs constructed in a lot of time wins that challenge. So,
Same team for all three.
yes.
Yes.
We get to pick our teams.
No.
No. Nope. Sure don't. Okay, so, and we have prizes. We do have prizes. So just, a few incentives to offer for your excellent teamwork. All right, Sasha, tell us who the teams are.
All right. Dan.
Yeah.
Amy, Rich, Tom, and Daniel.
All right, so find a space to work where you guys want to work.
Grab your supplies.
Your supplies.
All right, the team two. Team two is Sharpie, Matthew, Scott, Dave, Jeff, and Josh.
What's Jeff?
Oh, not Jeff Airport. That's what it's right, but that's why I labeled it. All right, and then the final group is Timothy, Jonathan, Rod, Angie, Jeff, Airport.
Okay, and our first challenge will be, let's just go in order. Let's do Tinker Toys first. And so, while we get your supply passed around with your team, decide who's going to play which roller.
Every day is the space right there.
Oh.
So wherever you want, you can use this table over here, you guys can go in the back with the chairs, there's another table in the back. Wherever you want.
Get situated. You've got about 20 seconds till I'm gonna start the timer. So no looking at the time until I say go.
We got Angie. We got Angie.
So remember, the builder can't see the photo. Just want to see the builder. The builder can't see the. You want to be the builder?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay. On your mark,
Then we
get
can.
set.
What did we say? You guys can talk, he can't talk.
You can't. You can't.
Okay, so do we just start giving him directions on what to do?
Okay, so
We're just
you're,
telling what to build.
Yep, he can't talk.
Okay, so you're going to build
Yeah.
it's all look like sweet sets, right? And on the outside, the two bottom
Yeah.
outside, are gonna go in a triangle with a yellow ball next to it. And remember, it's gonna look like a sweet set.
Yeah.
Flat on the yellow, flat on top of the yellow. like-
Is there another better thing?
Together like this.
We'll see.
So you're gonna do another, just like-
White,
Yeah, like that.
white things matching
Like
like that. There you go.
And then you're gonna take your two red balls
Yeah, that's two of them.
and it's going to put
Yes.
a yellow one on each red ball.
The white is the axle. We want to do it together, right?
Okay, but you're just gonna go.
Yellow is sticking to white one's supposed to be You're there.
They're not on the side, but on the edge.
There you go.
Nope, that's gonna go to
Red
the
first.
red.
Put that on the other side.
On the
Yep.
45 edge.
And go on the other side of the same.
That's it.
You're gonna go a little bit farther away, like a swing set.
Yellow on top.
And then the yellow one's gonna be on the outside,
On the top.
put the swing set together.
Yep, there.
On the side.
Correct.
Stick a yellow one on that one.
Yes.
And it's gonna go the other way. Other way,
Top of that,
or-
vertical, straight up,
No, other way,
straight up.
the yellow, turn the yellow, to the yellow, purple around.
Didn't build
Yeah,
that.
we could green it. On the 45 again, not like that on the 45.
Okay, and then under yellow ones, those are gonna go into the. They're gonna go on below, they're gonna go in the middle of the.
That's the bottom. That's gonna hang down. There you go. And those orange pieces are legs.
And so.
No, they're
you
also hang
guys-
down. No, that's gonna go in the, that's gonna go in the. Now you've gotta build the other red and yellow.
Oh, wait, it's on the edge, sorry.
Right, we need it on the other side. There you go.
It's gonna go, and we're gonna turn it, so it's half five, yep, right there, yep, like that, now you'll.
That's the axle, white axle.
Okay, and then your two blue ones are gonna go, right, yep, just like that.
Yeah.
You're gonna do the other one on the other
I
side.
think on the end of it, stick a red.
Yellow becomes.
Take that orange one out and yellow cog on the top.
All right. We got a team down over here. Hold on. Okay, which team are you guys? Team three, all right, team three.
See, Jonathan, you can accomplish things being quiet.
All right.
And listening to us.
Team three, so challenge number one.
Winning team had a funny quote. They were like, you Jonathan, you can't accomplish things by being quiet.
Well, I'm listening to the stuff.
Okay.
Collecting quotes over the day, that has to go on the board.
Sasha will put that one on. Okay, now for the next challenge, you guys are going to do the poker tower. Poker tower, and that is, you're going to get 5 minutes to build the tallest tower. It has to remain standing, can't just like fall flat. 5 minutes using the scissors and the cards.
Scissors are hard on the tallest tower.
Oh, yeah.
So.
All right, on your mark, get set, go.
What if we were to do the. I think. For support.
Do you guys want me to?
It is like, the tower might even be.
Put these every quote for it.
Though the more we go around.
Yeah, just go like, you're like this.
Let's put a,
All right.
let's remind them to go out throughout the day.
Start putting points back on each other.
Like.
One day I wanna play this game because I know all the tricks.
We should do it like, we should do it with you and Ashley, and we can win.
That way you're gonna change. Or just like a barely cut it, it's like air when you get.
So what if we take cue cards and do them all in one time instead of doing both the end?
Got it, right, so get another slice at the bottom. Very good, like that. You can build it. Okay, this is- So try this.
Tower, that would be the, let's build the base and put that top as high. Get a bunch base built. And then Jonathan, you work on the tower part. The antenna. Yes. Another car in there. That's.
Keep going.
Or inside there. Just drop it back in price.
Okay, you guys have 3 minutes remaining.
Words all from there to.
Yeah, you need a cross. Stick it across. Yeah.
That's so close. All right. We may need to direct to. Direct.
Keep going.
All right.
I think you have to make it a wider base. If you can go. Somehow, actually what I do is. put-
Around that, it's
Put it right here and over there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
You guys have 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Scoping things out, I see that. Oh, you know, you do it.
Hey, you guys have 1 minute left.
Good idea that you know. Reality. That's not terrible, it's like. No. It's very difficult.
Less than a minute, okay?
Yeah, 25 seconds.
Where are we at time?
You have 16 seconds. Short second. All right, that's time. Okay.
I think we have this team over here.
All right.
Let's finish this, team. One, two.
Yeah, all right, team 2. Team 2, so you get the second challenge.
I wanna say that you guys are very safe because you guys put like, you know how hockey player or hockey teams always have the guy that goes and roughs people up? Like, you guys all built them on tables, you could be like, oh, bump. Good nights.
Okay, now last challenge, tangram challenge. Okay.
There's the field.
Who's gonna-
Very good.
Here's the field.
All done now. I'm still sitting here. More challenges because we made you a tiebreaker. For team,
How many people do it?
everybody can do it.
They're with the, oh,
We got the square right.
Okay, so tangram, we're down, we have 5 minutes.
did one group grab 2? I think there might be 2.
Maybe.
Oh, perfect, here you go. Okay, what did we do?
Okay.
Do we have to show you guys?
You have to take a picture of it. Oh, yeah, each time you get one, take a picture of it.
Start with the bird.
So there was one they said already.
Guys, I think we're only 50 seconds. Go.
Oh, no, we already. I'm ready to go.
All right. Which one we do? There's a long piece right there. They don't have to be in there, so they can't live in the round. Got the short guys for place.
Which one are you doing?
That's yours. Long triangle or makes two. Other one you won't be. Or no, it's a parallelogram. Parallelogram. Oh, look at that. You need to make a parallelogram.
And then.
Need another piece right there. That makes a parallel thing. Or we
We
have
have these on. Use all.
do we use all these?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. All right. Big triangle here.
triangle to the bottom, right?
Okay. It's all.
And then this
So what
was-
is this thing right here?
That's so.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah. And then,
Oh, I don't.
All right, the foot has to be the foot. We know that. Yeah, yeah.
this goes like this.
Pass, next one.
I think this is longer than this one. Okay, let's maybe go to this. This one looks pretty easy. This one looks like it's got this. And then it's got. Okay, no, it's not pretty fast. Yeah.
So you're doing back? Back, it's really long, right? So we can get it back to that.
Oh.
It's what it's like. Pull into the army and
No.
scale and.
Not the next thing. That's really what I like. I'm gonna do this with you. So.
This section here.
Yeah, yeah.
So we went out.
No, it's too far forward.
I wanted to try and fit in, and I started talking to her about it, and then.
That's cool. This way.
All right. There we go. All right. Wait, what you got? Tail is the purple. All right.
It's like I ordered things, I read
That
things.
tail goes.
It was like, well, she's got it right together. Like, maybe we can do like a hot party. Not to mention everyone else's.
If that works. It's like the tail, right? That's.
Okay, you guys have a minute and 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Is there another one with a square?
And this one is, this goes here. And then. And this. Guys, how many minutes? One of these. This goes this way. This point, this point. This is hard.
He's a square.
Oh, yeah. And then we have to do this. And.
Blow it on hold. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
All the pieces.
All the things that create one. Twenty seconds left.
No.
And then you could be done. with this challenge.
There's that.
No,
Nice try.
it's a nice try.
All right, you guys, time's up. How do we do?
Swear.
You got this one?
Yeah, the one that's square.
That's fine, look at the square.
No, you guys got two? All right,
This group is the winner.
team two, take the challenge. Well, you guys take all in. Okay, so Sasha, we got there. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Team two, I've got some prizes over here. We've got some fun post-its, we've got some fun notepads, we have Starbucks gift cards. Found a grab a prize.
What is the game called again?
Yeah, they read you guys.
I would like to, you had students mention.
You'd like to appeal it?
You should have been.
She was born.
Your brain is thinking they're
Yeah.
Yes, very.
All right, team two, grab your prizes. Thanks for indulging. Oh, that is great. You guys can keep your hand on it for this is a good fidget toy. I have extra ones up here. You can- Hang on. You're welcome to do it, like just still standing. I mean, well engineered.
Credit card on your.
Okay. Yeah, so if you wouldn't mind putting your Tinker toys back in the bag, that's helpful. Let's do a quick debrief. Which one did you guys like the best?
The first one.
Tinker toys?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was great about that challenge? All right, why was it easy?
I don't know, because like,
Because one person had to shut up.
you can look at it, give direction, and it was just easier to fill. The other two, you like literally have to figure it out as you were going.
Okay,
And very like feeling that for time to figure it out.
anybody else have that experience with the first one? Like it was just easy to just communicate and do it?
It's also just, oh, I'm sorry.
Just have a reality picture.
Yeah.
How, something that you just thought was so clear. Really wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, there's more direction to give us, get the wheel this way instead of this way.
Yeah, so it does, my reflection on watching you guys do that is there's some really good communication skills around the people and you guys, feel very comfortable communicating with one another, but at the same time, yes, it does take clear direction to make it happen.
And there's more than one way to build that.
Yes,
So one of us was going counterclockwise, and one of us went clockwise. It's like,
yes,
you're building the same thing.
right. Yeah, so we all have different way, again, it just kind of highlights, we have different ways of thinking, when we approach a problem or a challenge, and so making sure that you're creating space for everybody to kind of weigh in on that and communicate with their other. What about challenge two? What was the experience like with that, with Card Tower? Matthew's still probably sitting back there.
You gotta
Still standing, it's well engineered.
not just have the ideas about how you're gonna stack it, but also you gotta stay your hand to get that, some
Yeah.
physical skills, to get that on there just right now.
Yeah, and was everybody on the team good at doing that, or did you guys kind of identify roles?
Our scissors were pretty tough to.
Oh, okay, so yeah, sometimes it's about making sure you have the best supplies.
It's the tool.
I know we should have got on the floor and then it can be covered with it. So.
I think the difficult was you had to press hard enough together to get them to stick, but then that also would collapse the lower levels. So that.
So it took a lot of strategy to figure out what you were working with, constraints with materials, constraints with time. Budget resources for materials, that's bad scissors, paid for some better ones. Our team sort of like broke them
themselves up into the skill that they were good at, but we were talking, and so one person was doing one thing and someone's like, oh, what about this? They're like, okay, you know, I got the solution, I'll do that.
Yeah, we should making that distinction first. So oftentimes we get in a challenge and we all want to weigh in on how we do it, but sometimes it's good to think about what strengths are we bringing to the challenge and how can we leverage those to accomplish the task at hand. All right, and then last one. Sandra. How do you guys feel about that one?
It's a little bit more difficult. You have to conceptualize in your head what that blank. You can't see the outlines of each of the shapes, so you then like figure, a lot more internal like
Yeah,
conceptualization of what that is. and how
it
you-
really forces your brain to think in a different way. Any other people get frustrated with that one?
I think the vision, everyone had different visions when we were putting it together of what was gonna work and make it work. And then it was like turned each way. So we were all visioning something else. And we just didn't have much time to.
Yeah, I think ours pretty similar to that. Someone will be seen looking along one side of the object, trying to figure out different angles and trying to fix those angles. But when doing so, with rough angles on the other side. So and each one of us was working out.
Yeah, but how, I mean, it's such a metaphor for how we work on problems. We oftentimes come at something with different visions or ideas about what the end result is going to look like.
And we were all wrong.
Because it takes coming up with a shared vision to really move forward. Even with a shared vision, that game is still really hard, but yeah. Go ahead.
But also you got a choice. You got to decide which one of those is the easiest one for the group. You kind of like, okay, I can see what different one.
Yeah,
So there's like several to choose from. And then
you can't get all of them, you're right, in 5 minutes. A lot of teams only have one in 5 minutes.
You say you have to be willing to be wrong and let go of your wrongness and try something else.
Yes.
Not the best in your
Yeah, if I
triangle or
heard,
parallelogram or
we
whatever.
heard several, and we hear this all the time when we do this exercise of like, oh, this one's too hard, next. Getting the group to move along to the next thing where they feel like they can be successful, so. Anyhow, I hope you guys enjoyed getting a chance to work with your teammates, and we'll switch you up. You'll get to do some more small group stuff later in the day around discussions, but maintain gonna be the hardest discussion you have today. May I begin by thanking you? All right, last piece of our housekeeping, I told you we would talk about roles and roles. I mean, we already talked about roles, but talk about roles. And I like to talk about it in the context of the policy and administration roles, and it's the council manager form of government. So I don't know if you've ever thought about it this way, but you guys are working in a system, right? Your form of government is a very specific system. There's different forms of government. You've got like a strong mayor form of government, the commission style of government, and then you have this council manager form of government. And within that system, there are specific roles that if you can execute on those roles successfully, you can get a lot done. And if you start to, if the roles cross over, sometimes it can get really muddled and not work as well. And so I just want to highlight, does anybody know the history of the council manager form of government? Anybody?
Well, it's archaic.
It's archaic.
You say council manager?
Uh-huh,
Oh, I think it's back in the early 1900s.
it is, yeah.
If I can come up with it, then that's the.
Yes, that is the one that's archaic. Portland still used. But, well, they're switching to the council manager form of government, which is really fascinating. We did some governance training in Peterson, they also recently switched, because they have the strong mayor form of government. But council manager form of government, it's a really effective system if you can get the roles right. And it was developed in the late 1800s. Woodrow Wilson wrote this essay, and it defined the specific roles. And what was happening in the country at that time was a lot of corruption in American cities. There's a lot of nepotism, contracts being awarded to, just like to friends and neighbors, and just a lot of corruption was happening. And so they said, we got to have a better system here to make this more efficient and effective to truly serve the people in these communities. And so this essay was written in I think it was like 1888, And it defined the roles in this form of government. And so on the policy side, it said the policymakers are there to set the what. And on the administration side, staff determines the how. On the policy side, you guys are, the elected officials represent the constituents that elected them. And and the elected officials have a role or have a responsibility to keep staff informed. So you kind of have your finger on the pulse of the community, those folks that elected you, and understanding what those folks think throughout the year as we serve in these roles is important, and letting staff know about that is also important. Staff provides technical expertise. So you guys have just some of you over 35 years of knowledge and experience, and a lot of staff members, they're more educated than they ever have been before, with very specialized degrees and just experience to be able to even advance into these roles. And so being able to bring all that technical expertise to help the council make data informed decisions is a really important role on the staff side. What we're doing here today on the policy side, you guys, the council sets the goals, the priorities, and the direction. So thinking about that technical expertise, staff will support you in that, and you can use that to help set direction. Then staff takes that direction and aligns those goals with resources. And that happens through your budget development process, which I imagine is kicking off or has already kicked off, and this will help to inform that budget. And so then, I don't know that councils always think of this as a policy role, but it is the most important policy decision you make in a year. And that's, in some cities do it every 2 years, but that's to approve the budget. Huge policy decision. It's how you allocate your resources, and as well as contracts. And then once that happens, then staff's role is to carry out those projects and programs. And so sometimes you'll see people get these roles. It's really easy for policymakers to want to get into the weeds of what staff's doing. And where I really see it happen is they like to tell staff how it gets done. And it's really important to try and stay at that policy level of the what. And so today I'll try to help support you guys in this dance. And then sometimes you also see staff try to get into the policy side of things, because they also may live in the community and feel really passionate about stuff. And so again, it's important we get to that in our goal refinement phase, when I'll start asking the council. It's more of a policy direction thing, and staff will take a step back. So anyhow, that's those are our roles for today. With these roles come some important expectations as well. So what do we expect of the council in order to be able to execute on these roles successfully? What do we need? What do we need from council to be able to do your part of this?
From council,
What do you need from council?
we need to do our homework.
Yeah, come prepared. Yeah. Does everybody read their packets front to back? Yes?
We have packets.
Okay, I recently learned, I thought this was really, I don't know, maybe genius. I haven't played around with it that much, but there is a council member who is using AI to spit out summaries of their council packets. So to be able to, they didn't have time to read the whole thing, so they just put it into Chat GPT. Is that what it's called, Chat GPT? Yeah. Yeah, and had it spit out executive, cliff notes, executive summaries of all the packet materials. Okay, but coming prepared to meetings, why, that is so important. I mean, you think about all the time and investment that goes into creating those packets, and then all that technical expertise to help you make decisions. So coming prepared, super important. What else do we expect of council?
It's connected to that, but ask questions, right?
Yes.
I mean,
And not
staff-
gotcha questions either.
Not gotcha
Right,
questions.
yeah.
We can data dump and provide you with a 1,000-page packet, but the questions really tell us where your priorities are, and kind of give us an insight into what you're thinking
Yes.
about or what you may be concerned about. I think that's important.
Absolutely, really important. And it helps build the understanding. So whether those questions come in advance of the meeting, or if a question comes up at the meeting, it's really important to build the understanding. What else do we expect? Yes.
Well, along those lines, I think there's always a thing about, like when you're an elected official, when you have questions, I think the staff appreciates if you get a hold of the staff before the meeting and let them know what questions might be coming.
That's ideal.
So
That avoids the
that's not
gotcha
always
questions.
possible because
Right,
sometimes something hits you during the meeting and, you know.
right. And it feels timely to ask the question, but yes, whenever possible, sending those questions in advance is preferable.
Just the one that just came to mind is when, considering a policy decision, have a open conversation amongst council with staff present, which typically happens at council meeting, but
Yeah.
having that conversation allows staff to see, you know, what some of the priorities are, and particularly what direction not to go.
I guess I didn't get it turned out, did I?
Okay, yes, but that dialogue helps to build the understanding and share that direction. That's a lot of what we're gonna do today. Darcy?
I was gonna say give clear and specific direction because can't be too general, otherwise staff doesn't really know exactly what they're looking for and it's a waste of their time. You know, when they come back with something, like, no, that's not it. That's not
Yeah, we always like to use this analogy of, okay, you said to bring you a rock, I brought you a rock, and they're like, no, not that rock, another rock. It's like, yes, the more specific you can be, the better. Because then what do we expect of council? After you give them all the information, they've given clear and specific direction, staff comes back, then what?
You're looking for the support word?
Decisions.
Decision,
Yeah.
support, when you bring it back and it's what we think or understand the direction, it's consistent with the direction. And support, and actually there's kind of a, in my mind, also the two-way communication. Council has provided this direction to staff as the representatives of the community and their constituents. And I think there's an opportunity that to also be providing effective communication back to the community. And the actions that are taken and what staff is doing about it.
Yeah, and that, the communication happens on both sides, I'm gonna put that in the middle. It's a two-way. But the important piece of that, like the support, but also to make the decision, because what happens if the decision doesn't get made?
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, what happens in the organization side though, is the work starts to back up. And there becomes this backlog. It's like the issue could either die, but sometimes it can't die. Like something has to happen. Otherwise, there's this backlog of work, which can create a lot of morale issues. I remember one city I worked for, we talked about chickens for 4 years. 4 years. It's a long time to me. I mean, and that's just an example. And I know that happens in other communities too, but the council didn't want to make the decision because it was hard. You know, that's why they pay you guys the big bucks. Just kidding. They don't pay you. But the decision point of it is really, really important.
I don't know if this is an expectation, but for me, at least would be a hope, speaking to myself as well, as much as anybody, but just sort of check the ego at the door.
Yeah.
Sometimes we come in and need to be able to say, okay, you've convinced me, or I got new information in, or I'm wrong, or whatever it might be.
Well, what I like, this ties into one that I never leave off the list in this form is you guys need to act as one body. Like at the end of the day, you do have to check your ego. Because you're not acting as an individual, by charter, your authority lies with the body. As individuals, you don't really have any authority. But as a body, that's how you make decisions. And so what that looks like, is say you were in the minority position of the decision. After the meeting's over, somebody gets on social media, it's the best these days, and blast the decision that the council made. You could either comment on that post of like, yeah, that was a dumb decision and the council shouldn't have made that and that's not the way I voted. But that undermines the authority of the body. That's not being part of one body. Or you could say it like, yes, it wasn't the way I voted, but it's the direction that the council decided. And that's the way the city's moving forward. And we're going to support this direction, work as a team, as an organization. So doesn't prohibit you from sharing a thought, but it does. You shouldn't blast your teammates because you're one body. And that's hard to be when those decisions come up, but otherwise it breaks down. It can break down the system. and things can go really sideways. And then you think about it, how wasteful that is for taxpayer resources and just like how taxing that can be on the organization morale as well. There's a lot of impacts when you can't check your ego and not just body. So that's why we bring it up. All right, what do we expect from staff? These are some of the things we expect from
Opposite
council.
column of where it says clear and specific direction, I think if the staff ever feels that they don't have that clear and specific direction from the city council, they need to maybe ask for it.
Yeah,
And I think we spend a lot of time at council meetings talking about where do we go from here? And what I try to do is make sure that the staff has sufficient direction, but in most cases where they don't, they've got to speak up, especially the city manager. Say, I don't feel like the staff has sufficient direction on this particular issue.
yeah. If it's not clear, let's get clarity, and we'll do that later today too. If it's not clear, we'll make sure we ask and have clear direction. What else do we need from staff?
I really wonder if it's just this, almost the exact same expectations, just respecting our different spheres or roles, but we expect the staff, I think, to have much the same, right? They're the professionals expected to come prepared to answer questions, even if we come up with them during the discussion. We expect them to ask questions back to us and be like, is this what you mean?
Yeah, I think that's asking for council direction, but one thing, as far as what we need from staff to be able to do this is not only are they providing technical expertise, but we expect staff to provide neutral advice. Staff, it's not that staff don't have opinions, they certainly do, but you have to try to limit those, any biases that you have and really present council with all the options. So that they can weigh the information and make a policy decision. That can be really tricky sometimes, especially when you also live in the community that you're working for. Yeah, so asking that for the direction, getting that clarity, providing neutral advice. There's also an expectation that staff supports a high-performing organization. And, you know, you need to offer those, the basic services to the community. And there's this expectation that you do it as efficiently and effectively as possible. And so, so that's why, you know, if council can do this, it makes it easier for staff to do that. What else? Any other expectations of staff?
Since I've actually seen, that hasn't been the case, it seems really, really super basic, but honesty and accuracy.
Yeah. Why is that important? What happens when we don't have that?
Lack of trust.
Yes.
Trust the council's ability to make the best decision is compromised.
Yeah,
Waste of resources.
exactly. It's a waste of resources. It erodes trust. For this to work, so you guys are getting right to the heart of it, is that you need, it's a partnership. And in order for the partnership to work, there has to be trust. It's central to that.
The other thing about that, and it's, I don't see it here, but I've seen instances where the staff will slant the staff report in a certain way to support their particular point of view instead of being neutral,
Yeah,
instead of giving the best advice possible.
that also erodes trust. Yeah. When that shows up that way. And so, anyway, I think that's why it's so beneficial to have staff around the table during these conversations, because you get a chance to hear how the council thinks, how they communicate. You got a taste of it already during these team challenges, but it helps you to think about how you're going to write those reports, kind of what counselors are looking for, what sort of information they need and value. You know what you need to present from a technical perspective, but what are some of the things that they might need to help them make decisions? And so this is an opportunity to get to know each other better today, to understand some of those things. And I just think sometimes we get into this work And people don't always recognize what an opportunity they have on both sides for council to really be able to articulate the things that they need and for staff to take that in and take it back to their team so that you, as you guys go forward throughout the next year or two, make the decisions that you're providing that support that you all need to do that. Questions about any of this? Does anybody know what city had the first council manager form of government in the United States? Dayton, Ohio. Okay, that's it for my trivia. I know that's my trivia later. All right, let's get into our environmental scan. We're a little bit behind, but we'll make our time up. Yeah. We did these. Yeah, let's put it on the back wall. We're gonna do shift to this, which way are we going? Sasha's pulling me this way. While we're moving this, kind of feel like being a white right now.
I know.
I want you all to be thinking about, so we're gonna build our shared understanding of the concepts. This is, everybody's going to help build this, this shared understanding. And Matthew, do you guys want to kick us off with the finance piece? So just to give you an overview, we're going to talk about all these different categories. So organizational trends, we're going to have staff weigh in on that and kind of tell you what's going on in the organization that might impact our goal setting. We'll talk about uncertainties. We'll do that last. We're going to talk about the economic climate, so you're going to get a little financial overview here first. We'll talk about community needs, political factors, and then any technology factors. Can't leave that out of the equation these days. So those will be some things that you can think about. We'll start with Sasha. We're going to need to move this for this presentation.
Okay, that way.
Yes.
Angie's gonna kick us off first. So, what Sarah and Sasha asked us to do is kind of just give a very brief, very high level summary of some of the financial trends that we currently have, major revenue sources and things like that. And from the feedback that we got, the financial components of the SIP agreement we have with Google was also a big topic. So I'm just going to give a brief refresher on what that looks like.
Yeah, and just what we heard in the outreach, I asked the council about, you know, how the city wants to think about some of the revenues that might be coming in the near future. And there were, I felt like we needed to have a shared understanding of some of the constraints around those revenues or somehow the different sources and just make sure we're all on the same page when we talk about any goals around that. So take it away.
Okay, so I was just gonna give kind of an understanding of where we're kind of at in the budget. So as of October 31st, we're 4 months into the budget. And you know, at the beginning of the budget year, you know, our revenues for our property taxes aren't coming in yet. So that doesn't like happen until, you know, December usually. And so that's usually when a lot of the projects will get going because we wait for our revenues to come in before we start the bigger projects. So on the property tax revenue, on the prior year tax revenue, we have received 72% of what we actually budgeted to receive. So that is pretty good. Our franchise fees and our transit room tax dollars, we are currently on track into the budget year for those. And then all the departments are within their budget, where they should be, the percentage of the year on track. And again, a lot of those bigger items haven't been really purchased yet. As of November, the police department did order their vehicles, so that part has been done. On the capital project fund, we budgeted to be doing the second floor. So as of October 31st, we're 100,000 in that line item into the budget. And then on the waterfront and the sewer fund, our utility revenues are where they were expected to be during the year. The water department capital reserve fund, we received $150,000. And then Dog River Pipeline project as of October 31st was 3.626 $140,000. The airport revenue, they base, a lot of their revenue within the transfers between Clickitat County and the city of The Dalles. And then they also are operating off the tax revenue and then the leases that come in. So we're supposed to be on that. The fuel cells are at 59% than what we actually anticipated. So that was pretty good. And then urban renewal, just wanted to kind of touch on that. They've spent $51,625 in the contractual services as of October 31st. And that is for the admin services for the developed. And then they spent $64,747 in grants. That's for the North Market workshop and the Williams building improvements. And their capital projects to date is $204,809, and that is on the Tony Smith. And I'd like to give you guys what the actual beginning fund balance is, but the audit is not complete yet. I think they're wrapping that up. As you all know, we have a new auditor this year. Everybody looks at things in a different eye. They're definitely looking at things in a different eye. They're really kind of changing everything up as what we've done in the prior years. So everything that we thought we were doing right since 1999 is right. So we have a lot of changes. They're amazing auditors, though. We've developed a really good relationship with them. I enjoy working with them. I do feel that they are really up to date on a lot of things, and they have a different view and a different opinion. But that's why we change auditors and to be able to look at it in a different eye. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Well, we get a copy of that sheet.
Would you like a copy of the sheet? Absolutely, yes. I'll provide all email.
Amy, could you talk a little bit about what effect compression has on that's what we don't feel like that? Was that Jill Avery question?
That's a Jill Avery question. It's
I'm with you, that compression and its details and how we figure that out, maybe better than Jill.
yeah.
Okay.
Let's put it in the parking lot so you guys
We
can.
could actually maybe ask Jill to attend a meeting to maybe explain it a little bit more.
Okay, so the second part of this, as I mentioned a moment ago, was SIP. And again, this is just, we're not going to be talking too many real numbers, but just reviewing the different components of SIP and answering any questions that you may have. We're all hopefully very familiar with the enterprise zone agreements that we've had with Design LLC or Google. There are 3 enterprise zone agreements total. One has expired. That data center, again, as you know, has come back onto the tax rolls. But the enterprise zones are relatively simple in the fact of they pay an annual fee. And so that's a flat, steady fee. It's one revenue source that comes in. And like I said, we're all pretty much familiar with that. The new SIP agreement, which has two sub-agreements within it, in essence, for 2 data centers, have multiple different revenue streams. And so that's what I'll be covering today. From the SIP agreements, although Google has begun construction down in the port area, we have not received a single penny under these SIP agreements as of yet. I'll get into some of the components here in a moment, but we'll see most of the revenue begin after they've completed construction of at least one new data center and they get a certificate of occupancy. So as I go through this, I'm going to take it revenue source by revenue source. If there are questions, please raise your hand and interrupt. So the first revenue source is what's called an initial payment. This is just a one-time flat payment of $3 million. Again, there's 2 agreements, so there's 2 initial payments. That is due during construction, so we may see this payment next year. And this $3 million payment is split between the city and the county. So 1.5 million, 1.5 million. That will be when under the SIP or enterprise zone program, they claim what's called a construction in process. And that'll take place after January 1st. They don't have to claim this, and so we'll have to see what design or what Google decides to do this coming January. So we'll know a little bit more on whether or not that initial payment's gonna come in this fiscal year or the next fiscal year. The next three components begin once the data center is completed. So that could be anywhere from 1, 2, 3, 4 years out, depending on how they construct. They seem to be moving pretty quick there, but these are very complicated developments. And even that once they get the shell of the building completed and it looks like it might be finished, there's still a lot of interior work to do before they clear out on a certificate of occupancy. The taxable portion is dependent on what they invest. And so if a data center is under $1 billion total investment, 50 million of that development is taxable. If the total investment is over $1 billion, the next trigger under the SIP agreement is $100 million. And so this payment, it's basically just treated as tax, just like you normally would. Unlike the enterprise zone where there was no tax payment, SIP has a tax payment. It'll either be 50 or 100 million, and then will be distributed to all the relevant taxing districts, just as they normally would, like normal taxes. So Parks and Rec will get a tax dollar, the Port, Wasco County, D21, and we treat that just like we do all other taxes. The second component is a community service fee. Now, this is different than a tax dollar, so you can treat fees as payments. And then, in particular, when it comes to the school district, it really has an impact. As you know, the school district or schools in Oregon are funded by a statewide funding formula. These tax dollars are kind of sent to Salem, and then they're redistributed based on the statewide school funding formula. But a fee dollar stays in this community and goes directly to our district here. So that's how this is a little bit distinguished. The community service fee is based on 25% of their total tax savings, capped at 2.5 million. With the size of the developments we're anticipating, most years during the abatement periods for both data centers, we believe it'll hit the max every year, almost every year. And so that'll be $2.5 million, which is then distributed just like the taxable portion to all the different taxing districts. This distribution is what we agreed to. So if you recall a couple of years ago, there was a whole big hoop to do on how we were going to split up this money. And what we landed on collectively was to just distribute it just like the tax dollars. And then the last one, which is, believe it or not, the most complicated, is the guaranteed annual payment, or GAAP. And this is the formula, if you will, that calculates the GAAP. So for the first data center, at the end of the day, they will pay 50% of the taxes they would normally owe. And so we look at the taxable portion, we look at the community service fee, and then the GAAP. And combined amongst those three, it should equal 50% of what they would normally owe with no abatement. And so we don't know what this is yet until we know what their investment value is, how it's assessed, what 50% of full tax would be. We also don't know what this would look like because we don't know if it's going to be based on 50 million or 100 million, or in a given year, what their total tax saving is for the community service fee. And then the guaranteed annual payment, sorry, you can't see that. It's in essence split between the city and the county. And so again, you have these four portions here, but we have two data centers. So for the second data center, for the GAAP payment, follows the same formula, but it's based on 60%. So that was the negotiated deal that the city and county made with Google under the SIP agreement that covers these two abatement periods. The abatement periods are up to 15 years each. They begin once they reach or finish construction. So their abatement period, even though they're building out there, has not begun. If they finish in 2025, they get COO, certificate of occupancy, in 2025, their abatement period begins. It goes for 15 years from that. So again, this is just a high level summary of these different pieces. Couple pieces for context that I thought you might be interested in. If we assume that the taxable portion is $50 million, again, just as a projection, don't quote these numbers, but the city's revenue in taxes off of $50 million is approximately $140,000 a year. And based on the split of the community service fee, assuming 2.5 million, the city would receive $432,500 a year. So that payment will come in every year during the 15 years for each data center. So double those numbers if you're considering both data centers. There's a little bit of cash flow here where you'll have one data center that's probably going to be online before the other. So they'll be a bit staggered. So in terms of new revenue coming in, they'll kind of ramp up and then ramp back down at the end of their abatement period. I have a few more data points here if you're interested about what some of the other districts may receive, maybe anticipating a question about the school district, but I will stop there and see if there's any questions on any of this.
You want to address the Taylor money?
How so? Just a summary or?
Yeah, I mean, that's it has been coming in for several years.
Yeah, so
And then most of it, well, the first 3 or 4 years went to pay for this facility and the housing complex. But there's still 10 or 11 years left where it's been unallocated and no decision has been made as of yet of what to do with that $1.8 million.
So we have some notes on that. So the Taylor Lake facility is the last enterprise zone agreement. That project has kind of ramped up over the years because they completed that project in a couple of different phases. The mayor is absolutely correct. The initial payments in partnership with the county went to support CGCC's state funding request or state funding allocation of about 7.3 million, I think it was, to build this facility that we're in today, as well as the housing just down the hill here. We finished paying those just this last year. I believe we get approximately 900,000 to $1 million for the city. The county gets equal share for the Taylor Lakes facility, and we budget that every year in our special enterprise reserve fund, which does have a number of different items in it, such as our water master plan, matching funds required for the Safe Routes to School project on 10th Street, as well as a couple others, I think.
Sorry, Matthew, would you say the number again from the Taylor Lake easy? Approximate per
The
year?
annual payment is approximately 1.8. So the
Between-
city gets 900, the county gets 900.
And how many more years do we have?
Probably 10, I can get back to about 10 or 11.
So it's a sort of a $9 million question for the city.
From
10
that,
years at about.
from that particular development.
Right.
The number might be a little higher than 900,000 because they've been building in phases, and we've gone back and talked about a couple different things where certain buildings were included and certain buildings weren't, because the Taylor Lakes, well, too much detail, but the Taylor Lakes payment is based on a calculation of cubic footage of the buildings. So there's some debate on, is that shed counted or not, basically. Clarified that a couple of years ago.
Okay, other questions about?
So, a question on the community service fee, is the 2.5 million tax savings, is that the max or is the max 10 million and 25%?
So the calculation is based on 25%. So that's community service fee is 25% of their tax savings, but can't be any higher than 2.5%.
Right, so it's the savings max 2.5 or is
The payment max is 2.5. Yeah, good question.
This help you bring some clarity to all of this. There's a lot going on here.
And I think we all feel it or know it in this room, but this is a unique opportunity. This is a kind of a unique circumstance to be in. These types of agreements, while there are several of them throughout the state, we have one here, and this is a pretty big one. And so looking over the next 10, 15, 20 years and thinking about how we allocate these different pieces to make sure that we are hitting the mission of the city, our core services, but also looking to the community as well, is where I'm really excited to have some of those conversations, such as this in subsequent years. Have that dialogue with the council about how do we set the stage for the success going forward.
Yeah, pretty amazing. We get to do a lot of work in Hillsborough. And we did an exercise with them last year, we did this history exercise about when they had an opportunity like this with Intel's coming. It's like, that story is really incredible, and how they were able to plan and leverage that opportunity to provide services today and build a really strong foundation. So it doesn't happen all the time. It's pretty incredible when it does. All right, let's keep building this context. Let's shift this back to the center. Let everybody work these things again. Okay, while we're let's wrap up this piece on economic climate. Is there anything else? You're away. Back, we're in the camera. Oh. Anything else economically that we should be thinking about? Anything else going on that we should be aware of? Community region otherwise? I guess what the school district that bond did just fail. You know, that was something that came up in a lot of our conversations. Any impacts there that we're putting up here? Yes. Okay.
It's not a city issue as such, but it's definitely the heart of the community. The school district or like.
So it impacts, yeah, so the failure of that bond impacts the community. Okay. Let's shift down to community. Oh, yes, Matthew.
If I could just add one more thing and maybe highlight it a bit more, is that, you know, one of the biggest aspects of the city is the public works department and the infrastructure that we have here. Water, sewer, roads, the foundation and core of most cities. And so we're undertaking an effort right now to update the water master plan and other transportation system plans, wastewater plans that we have. You know, they are all on a 10 to 20 year kind of horizon as well, which aligns with what I was just saying a moment ago about the upcoming SIP payment and how we will see these dollars come in. They're similarly over a 10 to 20 year period. And so I think, you know, especially with the water master plan currently underway, those would be just very important guiding tools as part of our conversation to make sure that we are getting that core mission of the city, we're getting that kind of foundational piece, and aligning some of these resources with this.
Okay.
I would kind of echo that as well with the airport and the master plan coming up there.
Yeah.
How big of an infrastructure piece that is for transportation. So now, so this should be every 10 years. 2025, we have a master plan.
Right. What else?
There's a certain segment of the community that feels that with all this additional revenue that we're getting from Google, the city should consider lowering their taxes.
Okay.
And I'm not necessarily agreeing with that. I'm just saying that it's something that's maybe the record of interview.
Okay.
Yes, it's obvious. Okay, and these goals that are developed as part of the day will largely impact future conversations around budget preparation. I think I'll take this opportunity. I closed out the budget committee meeting, I think last year, with a reminder that it's been 9 years since we had a water and sewer rate. And we have gone by that long because the growth that we were experiencing in water and sewer customers and consumptions, you know, kind of to the end of that being I'm not saying right now, yeah, for water and sewer, you know. Big swings at it 9 years ago, and some painful swings at it for about 3 or 4 years in a row.
Okay. What else? What other things are we hearing from the community? What other community needs are out there?
Well, just added a gate tied to the vision action plan, schools and housing.
Schools and housing. Same,
Yes, thank you.
what do we
You
need
should put the dog park up there.
in the dog parking? What about, let's talk a little more about schools for a second. What's the community saying about schools, or why is this important for the council to think about?
The schools are basically on the point of being condemned. There's no heat, there's no air conditioning.
And I think from a council perspective, we're looking at attracting, retaining professionals, people who want to work and live in this community, and keeping, not just new people once they move here and keeping them here, but keeping our graduates. Just having a graduate who came through our own school system, have their own vision of staying in this community and seeing their kids go through the same school, or hopefully not the same school, but the same system.
Families with children.
Yeah, and I think that ties in with employee recruitment and retention. Prospective employees. See the school or here think about the schools that their children will be going to, and you'd be less apt to apply for or accept.
You know, that was a big part of the conversation around the school bond, like, oh, we need to have this, but, I'm increasingly concerned about the retention part. Whether you're 30-year-olds with young kids that we rely on, professionals that we rely on. And I've had 4 or 5 come up to me in the last week, because it's on their mind and say, is this the right place for us to be in? Yeah, give us a chance. Hold on, take a deep breath, etc. But that is on a fairly good portion of our professional residents' mind.
What about housing? Why is what's important for us to think about housing going into the school setting experience?
It's expensive.
I heard 2 things. There isn't any, so there's a lack of what? Is it a specific type, all types? All types.
So
Lack
like,
of all types.
like what we used to call starter homes. Where do you start in home ownership these days?
Okay. Especially for first time home buyers. And then I heard it's really expensive.
Well, it's 20% increase in the last 12 months, which was. Sam, year before that it was 13.
Those have been the year-over-year increases.
The average sale.
Okay, so last year it was a 20% increase.
It's not just homes, right? There are enough apartments for people, who are. Some people trying to move out to their first place.
Okay, lack of apartment. Okay,
I think the other thing that restricts our growth is the urban growth boundaries question, which we've kind of taken a backseat on to the county and the port. That ongoing issue of our inability to expand our urban growth boundaries. Which would allow us to.
Flip side of that is that people only think about out and not up. We haven't first decision or discussion about other ways to get around that other than.
Well, that's what I might add. I don't disagree with you there that the city is kind of taking backseat efforts to directly expand urban growth now, to actually get the urban growth now to expand. There's a number of different efforts that we have underway that help build the pace for future expansion. So building up versus out, density changes, code updates that planning department has done. Vertical housing incentives that we have, the brownfield program to make the most highest and best use of the land within our urban growth boundary. Once you once we use that, we have a better argument. So I think that plays a role in the eventual expansion.
Okay, anything else related to housing? You guys want to mention?
I don't know how we turn the dial, but it feels to me a market failure that it's people building, what houses are built for the, really the high end of the market. There's very little built for, like, more modest retirees are starting. I think my own kid is 20 in Portland. Why would she ever, how could she ever come back and buy into our town?
Okay.
Anyway, that's maybe just more of the same. But we do have tools to incentivize things through the city or through urban renewal. Potentially, maybe help offset or rectify that market failure.
Okay, what else? What else is, yeah,
I think it's once we're enumerating community needs, I hear it every day, they want to feel safe in this community.
yeah,
So community safety, I think impacts just about everything on that list.
There are particular things driving that.
I think it's probably the visibility of homelessness, the proliferation of drugs, and just the overall engagement of the community. So people park on the street rather than in garages, and many of the houses are sort of falling into that. They're in their 80th year and they're in disrepair, and remodels, and they haven't been doing it because of the escalating cost of home rate. That's for a lot of other reasons. But
maybe I'll just capture that as like neighborhood enhancements. What's the?
Order and security, safety.
I think it talks around community livability.
Yeah, livability is very important.
Somewhat tied to community livability, one of our biggest employers in town is our hospital. Recently acquired. Yeah, partnered up with, or however you want to phrase that. So it's purchased by Adventist Health. So I think there's a lot of uncertainty about our medical system here. Both from, retaining doctors and nurses, people with PPE, so that's housing, and then providing comprehensive services to population that, has a significant older segment that needs.
Okay.
The other one that's not up there yet, which is not really my thing, but the sports complex that's being considered.
Say a little more about that. Why is that important?
Well, the county is working on it, but I strongly suspect they're gonna want financial support from the city.
They're totally coming down.
And it also impacts the livability of our community and tourism, everything.
In a positive way.
It's a high dollar concept is why maybe I would add to the conversation, good, bad, or indifferent. It's a very big ticket item. So it's kind of this big ticket question mark out there.
Being driven by heads and beds concept. Right?
Okay, so it's a tourism.
Pulling in the baseball tournaments or the swim meets of that concept.
Okay.
But it's also providing a facility for residents.
Tourism and a local amenity. Okay. What other things have not been raised? I think for my list, you guys have covered a lot of them, Brad.
I don't know what the deal is about dog park, it sounds like necessary, but animal shelter. We're hearing a lot about that lately and a lack of funds to continue it as is. Cities, their only annual contract, everything else is pretty much donations and fees for shots and things like that when they adopt out. So as the largest community, We share the burden on that, rightfully so, but I think it's probably gonna get bigger and bigger. If the facility itself probably has to be rebuilt, that's county property, but the county doesn't pay into that because there's providing the property in the building center, that's their share. As a community, we're gonna see a bigger need for help in that area.
Okay. Anything else? What do we need to be thinking about from the organizational perspective? Staff, what do we need council to know about? What's important, what's taking up a lot of capacity? Let's take 2 more ideas and then we'll take a break and wrap this part up.
I think one organizational trend for sure is that we need to update our tools that we use in terms of technology. We're having huge technology deficits in the city. There's steps in that direction, but a lot of thought needs to go into that.
Yeah, actually. Talking about that there too. One more idea and then you guys get a break.
Recruitment and retainage of employees.
Okay. What's happening there?
I have a lot of people that are close to my age now, we're experiencing a lot of retirements in some of our different operations, and we're finding it very difficult to hire.
Why?
Yeah, isn't that the question?
Have they told you why? Or is there an opportunity to ask people why, or is it just like?
You know, we took with the budget process last year, we took a pretty big swing at helping catch up with what we saw for what other cities were paying for comparable positions. So I think we have made big step in that effort. I mean, we're not the only ones. We talk to other partners and other cities and even other, you know, types of businesses, and everybody's having trouble hiring people. So I don't know where the labor market is right now. I don't know why. I wish I had the answer. We go right after it. But it's just been difficult to hire. We're not losing people. Well, a few. We actually just lost 2. I shouldn't say that. To other agencies, you know, that are paying more than we are. It's relatively fair. But we are experiencing a lot of retirements. We're just in that phase right now.
Yeah.
It's getting difficult to replace these.
It's becoming increasingly, I mean, we hear this with all the cities we work in, it's becoming increasingly competitive.
We used to
get people.
Yeah, we used to make up for maybe lower salaries than what somebody might get in the private sector with the benefits. And I don't know if people don't value that. We still have good benefits, right? If it's less of a priority for people that might be looking for employment, what? I just don't know yet.
I think the complex part of that is that all of those things are impacting the ability to recruit particularly qualified applicants. One, we've got, although it's the gray tsunami that I was expecting 6 years ago, never really materialized. And that's just because those long-term employees that frankly were retirement age when I started here in HR, they've continued to work into their retirement age. And those employees have steadily decided it's time to retire rather than doing it all at once, which has been to our benefit greatly. The other piece of that is those folks that have that experience, the generations coming up, there isn't sufficient numbers in Generation X to fill the vacancies industry-wide across the country. So heavily reliant on the millennials who either are not choosing to go into those fields because they want to go into something else, or we're hiring them without experience and training them. And so it's just going to take time doing that to get them up to the point that they're approaching the competency level of the person who's retired. So that's just going to take years. And that's where it really gets into the piece on community needs and whether or not they want to move here, stay here, raise a family here. part of that is the question on the benefit side, because if they're, you know, a millennial or Gen Z and don't have a family yet, benefits may be not the biggest determining factor at this point, but it will be down the road when they finally start a family. And then, you know, if they're planning, they're also looking at those things in schools. That sort of thing. So there's a number of factors that are impacting that, and I know it's not just us, I talk to HR directors and city managers across state or across country that are dealing with the same things.
Okay.
I think that segues right back into, sorry. What do we have to offer? I mean, that lack of housing, the lack of school, lack of what do I do with my 20-year-old kid? And what do they do in the evenings? The people I've talked to that have looked at this area will choose another community close in wages because of the amenities of that community, that there's something for that family to do at the end of the day. Or on the weekend, we're lacking that. And that's, I think that's one of the decisions that everybody wants to do. Safety. They'll come get their feet wet, get their short-term experience, but then they're gone. Because they're going someplace where they can raise their own. We haven't built that yet.
Okay. Let's pause and take a break. When we come back, we'll finish, the organizational trends, and then we'll capture some ideas in these other categories. And then we'll start to pull out the themes here of where we might want to focus our energy as we get into the goal setting idea and working piece. Sound good? What do we have scheduled here? Do we have 15 minutes? Our morning break? 10 minutes. So let's take a A few more categories to close our map out here. And then we're gonna pull some themes from this. Okay, we left off before the break with organizational trends. And a good conversation around the challenges related to recruitment and retention. And we were just kind of going, you'll see I start to draw arrows all over the place. That there's so many of these that are interrelated. So what other organizational trends do we need to be thinking about? Yes.
Maybe back on what Chief Worthy said about tools and equipment and modernization. It's also, I think we get complacent in the software that we use. And we don't, I know we did a financial update several years ago because it was necessary. But in the police department, modernizing, sometimes we just accept it and we get used to something, so we don't look to go up to the next level or improve. But I think that's one area that we need to also focus on. Staying current with modern technology and applications. I don't know what public works would be using any kind of software development for.
So the kind of project in the current budget to begin upgrading our SCADA system for water and sewer. Actually, some of it's 25 years old.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're working on. Library, how are you doing at the library? I think you're pretty updated and sophisticated. On your application software.
Yeah.
Management.
Yeah, we're pretty up to date.
Okay.
Just paired off of that we've had, some changes in our IT department. It's really significant. We're really, looking at a different department structure, for IT and our new IT director, which has been meeting with other departments to, talk to them about their technology.
He's home sick today, by the way. Quite sure.
Thank you for staying home.
Yeah.
Yes, well, we missed your insights. Team will represent.
That also the web page. In the past, we've been very deficit in that area, but I think it's vital for communication with others. And maintaining and keeping that up at all costs.
Well, we're focusing also on hacking prevention and
Cybersecurity.
very good. Big target in the city.
Okay. All right. Other organizational technology, yes.
Sorry, it seems like there's some work to do. Kind of global workforce that
Yes, which ties into recruitment and retention and expectations of different generations in the workforce. So remote hybrid working technology. You guys do a lot of that in this organization?
Yeah, the pandemic forced everybody to get a piece of it.
A little bit, okay. All right, what else?
I think on the website, another one is kind of correlated with this. The use of Instagram to get the word out.
Okay.
You know, we use Facebook for, you know, getting some notices out, but, you know, I think Facebook is phasing out with some people, and there's a lot of garbage on Facebook, so now Instagram's full of it too, but just getting those short notices, upcoming meetings, and just, I think it's easier to get the word out on our community. Using up-to-date apps.
Okay.
But just to add a little bit of detail, you know, the changes in the IT used to be a division, more or less into a department, is to better support, but also coordinate the efforts in those different departments. So we don't end up with 6 Instagram accounts, for example, or 6 Facebook pages, or we're bringing on an app that has an unknown security risk. So to support those kind of new initiatives, adopting tools like that.
Okay, anything else organization wide or technology wise that we want to throw out there? Yeah,
We're still hosting applications locally when there's opportunity that into the government, better security.
okay. What, is that in the works, or what prevents you guys from doing that?
David's problem.
What's that?
David's issue.
David's issue.
He's gotta figure out what the right fit on that is.
What else?
I think AI is coming and it can help in so many different ways, what we do. Processing of basic applications, giving us more time to focus on the important things rather than the monotonous tasks. So processing are very important. Licenses and applications that we have and are very important, but they also take a significant amount of staff time to process some things that could probably be done by artificial intelligence, even though it's very slow, but.
And we also draw an arrow over here towards uncertainties. It's true. I mean, I joked about the council packets, but yes, it is coming.
Business analytics software in the city either, and so
Okay.
any kind of dashboarding or reporting.
Okay. Any other organizational stuff? Go for it.
A lot better, opportunity for GIS visualization, a lot of what we do.
Okay.
Data shop or police department reporting. Yeah, that's done manually, pretty manually right now.
That's great.
I might say one more thing, because we've aligned mostly with Microsoft products, and we have Google in our backyard. As a school district, I aligned with Google and not Microsoft, and that opened the door to $500,000 grants. There were grants offered, and basically the enterprise on Google offers a lot of the things we pay for now for free, like analytics. And so they package them and offer them. So I'm just saying, maybe over the years that we look at aligning more with Google and partnering with Google. I just wanted to throw that out.
All right, what other things need to be up here? We haven't touched on political factors yet, but anything happening politically that we should be aware of or keep in mind? Influences the direction. Yeah. Does the legislature ever do anything that impacts what you guys do?
Oh, no, never.
Never?
We'll get this number uncertain.
Yeah, usually it spans,
So we're politicians, we know when to not say anything.
we need to get it all up here. so-
You know, one thing. I don't know that we've ever had really a conversation with a lot of people about this, but. The Dallas has been mostly. Our political life is much less sort of dramatic or driven by the polarization and the nationalization of politics that we see other places.
Okay.
Not entirely free of that, but you know.
Political life doesn't center around national politics.
I think it might, but our local public life or political civic life, or whatever you want to say, it's still healthy in a lot of ways, but I think in a lot of places it's not. So that's something just in my opinion, thankful for, but also looking for opportunities to strengthen. So, it wouldn't do us good to have a more polarized or more sort of politicized public life. So anytime there's opportunity to strengthen healthy civic life that's local,
Yeah,
I think we need to just be both straightforward and also looking for opportunities to strengthen that.
absolutely. Okay. Great. What else do you guys want to put up here? For political factors, anything?
I'm wondering about maybe an arrow from the urban growth item that we listed before.
Yeah.
Into the political category.
Yeah, the other thing that sometimes comes up here, staff will mention like mandates that get imposed from the legislature and the impacts of that on services and budgets. I don't know if there's anything unfunded, yes.
Always unfunded, yes.
Yes,
I
I don't hear as much about funded mandates.
they even have those for the days. Funded mandate. I think I came out of the educational field. So.
All right, we'll just put them up there. Just a reminder. Anything else?
So one thing is, I think that we could use more diversity of opinions coming in for representation. So like we've only had one female mayor ever, and now I'm the only woman currently on council. We don't have any dialects or Latinos or Native Americans, and we make decisions that impact a lot of people that aren't currently at the table.
And would you say not just council, but maybe across boards and commissions?
Yeah, I mean, there have been efforts on that, so like we've branched out and done things in Spanish, the government, thank you, academy that didn't happen at the diversity, but I think that I still want to focus on that.
You could imagine, I mean, we do things like make our meetings and make our city council very zoomable. We take public comment from people that Zoom in. But you get them, one could imagine taking even a more energetic or experimental approach. What happens if we offer childcare during city council meetings? Would we get more like younger working people? Maybe. Would we get more involvement? Would we get more voices? There's a advisory council that's actually hosted and really pretty large in terms of numbers of people involved here at the community college. Have we ever gone and made an effort to invite that quarter of our population go and be involved?
Okay.
Yeah, I think on diversity, political factor, I know we have, I think every department now has a Spanish speaking employee, but really trying to focus on getting more bilingual as possible, we translate some of our forms, but not a lot of our forms. There's a lot of opportunities that I think are missed since we haven't really branched out. I mean, it takes a lot of work to do that. So that's just something to be mindful of when notices are going out or anything to do with updates and events happening in the city, to always be mindful that we need to have those translated as well to get more involvement.
I appreciate that, the reminder to be mindful, because no matter how involved we are, the number of people we know is just this little fraction of the community. Like even if we knew like maybe Rich or Matthew or somebody probably knows as many people as anyone else, maybe several hundred, maybe 500. If you knew 500 people like by name, you really knew them. That's still only like 1/34 of the community. It's tiny.
Yeah.
And just speaking to like being outside my own bubble. So I went to a couple of football games, school district football games, a couple of soccer games this fall. Go to the football games, go to the soccer games, see who's there. If you come down at the soccer games in Spanish, kids that get really fired up instead of kids, you're like, oh yeah, different bubble.
All right. Other things you guys wanna put up here, any uncertainties? Drew an arrow over there, around AI. Certainly draw an arrow, just politics in general, but
So we're on uncertainty.
uncertainties, yeah. What do we
Yeah,
need
the
to list here?
homelessness, I think is,
Homelessness,
the uncertainties involved in that issue with, and it's getting worse everywhere. And I think the uncertainties lie with what's the state legislature gonna do, what's the governor gonna do, and most importantly, how's the Boise case gonna be eventually? It's under appeal, and it might go to the Supreme Court, and I think whatever happens out of that is gonna determine what our police department can do, what they can't do. And, I just think that's a very uncertain thing right now. I wish some sort of resolution to that what I've been talking about gets resolved in the near future as opposed to years from now.
okay. Other uncertainties that should be mentioned, Rod?
I was gonna say basically the same thing, uncertainty from the legislature, rules and laws that throw at cities, keep us from making our cities a better place. It's not just homelessness, it's vagrancy too. But we can't do much about it because of state.
Okay. Other uncertainties? And Dave?
The hospitals are our largest employer, somebody mentioned that.
Yes.
I believe in the community by quite a bit. Its future, where it goes, how it operates, how it's gonna invest or not invest. It's not a city issue as such, but it's a large community issue.
Okay.
And aside from, issues of health systems, other new or changing regulations would affect this, might be environmental regulations, they might be utility related regulations. That's pretty significant ones on the horizon right now that we're tracking and eager to see how they end up ultimately related to drinking water.
Okay. Any other uncertainties that are important to raise?
Climate change seems to be aggravating our fire risk here.
Okay.
Well, we get fires every single summer now.
We always have.
Okay. Got it.
One more, I think, which is kind of interesting to me. I think there's a certain amount of uncertainty. And kind of in the spectrum of nonprofits and volunteerism, which is shifting and evolving. So I think we're all aware of a number of different nonprofits and volunteer type organizations that build in this community. And they are struggling in a lot of different ways, evolving with a newer, different clientele, have fundraise. I think we mentioned a moment ago that we contract with Home at Last for animal control services, and they're a nonprofit, support for them, but there are ups and downs. St. Vincent de Paul is an organization that provided services to community members, but not that it's their fault or not their fault, but the dynamics and culture of volunteerism and the dynamics under which someone volunteers, the clientele that they're trying to serve is shifting quite a bit. And so I think it'll be interesting to see which nonprofits survive, how they evolve. Wonderworks closed a little while ago. They're trying to reopen, which is kind of like a child care, but a child type nonprofit. And so I think that, when those nonprofits go out, I think the community oftentimes, like the city, that fill that role, part of our core mission or not, but help figure it out.
Yeah. Yes.
I think along those lines, problem with the nonprofits is there's only a certain amount of money in this community. They're all looking for money. And they're all competing for the same money. I think the Art Center just went through this, Matthew just mentioned the Buildings Museum.
Remember what's on the last thing?
Yeah, we're all looking for money, looking for donations, and they're all having silent auctions and fundraising events, and it's a tough thing. It's a tough stuff.
Yeah, they're important service partners. And yeah, communities are definitely feeling that. Okay. What are some themes that we're seeing come out of this map? We're like, it just looks crazy. Anybody seeing any themes? Anything jumping out to you?
Well, there's some political factors and some technology factors,
There's a big,
organizational trends.
I've done this exercise with, I do some iteration of it with every goal setting, because you have to have some shared understanding, and you guys have had a very robust conversation. Sometimes there's no technology factors. And you guys have had a really robust conversation about modernization of your organization. Yes, would you agree that that's a major theme?
Yes.
Started my current position in 2016. I remember getting a call from another HR director, local government in the state. She was asking me a question about a previous employee, and I looked at my paper file, and she said, "Are you seriously looking at a paper file right now?" And I said, "Yes, I am." Welcome to Dallas. We modernized the temple. So.
Yeah, but there's, it
That's where we
sounds
started.
like there's lots,
Yeah.
lots still to do. What
I'll
else?
tell you about when we first got our first computers with blue screens.
I'm
Word
gonna kind of steal this from you, but he pointed out that to me the other day that we are changing from a big town into a small city. So I see a lot of these as growing pains or
Small city into
trying to
From a
town.
town. to
Oh,
city.
small city,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
No, you.
You said, I.
Use it right.
Okay.
I didn't hear it correctly. Okay, small town, small, big,
Large town into a small city.
thank you.
It's yours, so. But I thought that was really true. That is where a lot of our.
That's where a lot of the culture is too, like the people that are here with more of a. Well, just a younger generation, you know, people that are still working or whatever, running into people that have sort of. Got it, because they've got a weight of history that's been here for a long time. Got the house paid off, don't worry about the job, don't worry about childcare, don't worry about technology, they've got it, you know, all figured out. I think there's some cultural. growing things.
What about, there's a pretty strong theme there around, engagement. Like there's the use of social media to share information. There's this capturing this, the healthy civic life and maintaining and building on that strength. There was representation on boards and committees to help diversify. Yes, would you guys agree there's a theme there around engagement?
Or at least question marks around it, yeah.
Okay, what else do we see? The big one here jumping out at me.
All the competing needs for limited resources.
Yeah,
I pulled together modernization with organizational trends and uncertainties, sense that, again, we have core services and core missions, and addressing those and having a very strong foundation, modernizing those, make sure that our house is taken care of and in order and well supported as the priority will help us better weather and deal with uncertainty.
yeah, there's this, I'm not sure how to. The modernization is a big piece of it, but the technology, but there's also this recruitment and retention. Which having your house in order, it transcends into a community-wide issue. But being able to solve it first at the street level feels important. Right?
Yeah, from personnel to the core aspects of infrastructure and public safety from that same column.
Yeah.
Modernization, I think it's tied to that by enabling us to do our core mission and jobs even better than we currently are. And from that, hopefully, place of strength, we can address some of the other uncertainties or larger community needs that, I think as we kind of talked about, schools aren't a city thing per se, but they certainly have an impact. So do we have a role? What does that role look like? We'll be better able to have that dialogue and extend assistance and have a good foundation.
Would you say workforce development is maybe a priority or a theme here?
I don't think you can do workforce development or recruitment and retention of employees until we get some of those big community things sorted out, because they're really the thing that's blocking people from wanting to come here.
What's our vision? Yeah, what do we want to look like as a community?
So is that so modernization is a big area. I kind of was thinking of it in terms of the technology, but Matthew's saying that also includes the investment in infrastructure. Yes?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think modernization, I think for me, you hit it, that modernization is more IT and a lot of what we hit upon, which will allow us to achieve the core objectives that a city has, which is infrastructure and public safety. With better data, better systems, and upgraded SCADA system, replacing aging infrastructure, we'll be better able to hit those core markers.
Okay, so this one piece around infrastructure, it's about addressing aging infrastructure.
I think there's really an open question. I mean, I grew up here, so maybe I'm too close to it. Grew up, moved away from back. But I think there's kind of a really an open question that Jeff, our airport Jeff just voiced, which is like, who are we? What are we about? And for a lot of decades, the Dalles seemed mostly like looking backward, like, okay, this was what we were, good enough. It's not, and coupled with kind of like an inferiority complex, like small town, oh, it's good enough.
Yeah.
And not to put too fine a point on it, but if you look back at or think back in your mind's eye to city council, 5 or 6 or 7 years ago or something, where people showing up in t-shirts, sweatpants, opening up the agenda and be like, oh, what's on the agenda tonight? They did not seem, just as a citizen, they did not seem to hold themselves to a standard of excellence. And I feel like as an organization, the city is doing that. Maybe it has done that for a while, I don't know, but it's definitely doing that now. And maybe it's modernization, or it's thinking itself as a city instead of town. Maybe it's generational change. I don't know what the hard it is, but so I'm not being able to articulate it very well, but I definitely feel like there's that what are we about question. It's been not entirely resolved. And I think our school song goes to that. What are we about?
Okay. I want to get back to that in just a second. I want to close this thought on infrastructure. So this is about addressing aging infrastructure, but part of that vision also maybe new infrastructure, investing in new infrastructure that might align with a vision. You guys, let's just do our vision check-in now, because we're shifting towards our, again, I'm trying to extract some themes here to get you started. But let's also do a vision check-in. Who can tell me what your vision is?
Well, we're starting to hear that.
Well, what is the vision, the community vision? You guys just did it last year? It was adopted, right? And we should give a prize out for anybody who can name all 5 components. Without Googling, not Matthew. Not cheating.
Enhancing it.
Not cheating. Saw that. Okay, so enhancing education, creating economic vitality, providing recreation and open space, strengthening and sustaining community life, improving governance and infrastructure. Yes? Does that still feel valid? I mean, you guys have touched on a lot of those things from a very local perspective. Enhancing education, it certainly is important. It's not like a core service that you guys provide, but how you support that is important.
Well, and just to add a nuance to it, you know, we have done City of the Dalles vision action plans a number of times. And in my experience here, there was some confusion around it. It was the City of the Dalles, meaning this organization, not the community's vision.
Okay.
And so the last vision action plan process we went through, we really tried to have a couple of times engagement, obviously from the community, but also community partners.
Right.
Because it's a vision for the community. So we say City of the Dalles, but we mean the City of the Dalles as a community, not solely this organization. And so when we have a priority around schools, for example, we're trying to draw in the school district.
Right.
Because they're charged with that first and foremost, just like we're charged with infrastructure and public safety first and foremost. And so a lot of that conversation, I think that the opportunity for conversation is around where the community partners can help and assist with it. Because obviously schools impact us as well, but it's not our primary.
As a city.
As a city. And so it's gone through a couple of versions, I think, that's the city's vision action plan. Yes, it is, but the city has, you're a partner in it, they're part of this vision. So I don't know if that, I mean, that's just context for.
Yeah, no, we've done community visioning where it's been an effort with the partners, and our students love those too. So I totally understand that. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say though that I think it also influenced how we as the city, as an entity, reacted. So we have done things to enhance education, even though it's not our job. We helped build this building by choosing to use our money from Google to make this happen. And then part of it, and then, you know, choosing to support the school bond, and then with the SIP money, deciding how we were gonna divide it up, and then the school district could then keep that portion of their money. Like, we put a lot of thought into how the school district could get their fair share. So I think we do.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly conversation around it. I don't know if the council wants to set specific goals around it. I'm gonna break you guys into small groups here in a moment. But I wanted to make sure we had, and you can talk more about it in your small groups if you want to propose some specific things that might help to support enhancing education. But I wanted to make sure we had some themes built out to get you guys started. So how this works is you have the themes from your community vision, and I can put them up here if that's helpful. Put them up there. And then you have these themes that we talked about. I think the only one that's not, and maybe it's implied, this is the resources for which you do these things, but you have, we might want to have some discussion around how you may want to invest that, some of the revenues coming in. So I don't know, there's a lot up here in this fiscal picture. And if the council may want to consider, there's a theme there of like, what's our vision for how we invest in the future and some of these things and supporting these efforts. So just think about that when you're in your small groups. But some of the other things are the topics you might consider is this one around engagement, which connects to the, what did you call it in your vision? Strengthening and sustaining community life. This competing needs for limited services kind of ties into these growing pains. Infrastructure, so addressing aging infrastructure, also investing in new infrastructure, this modernization piece of it. And then there was a big theme here around housing. We talk about some stuff related to housing. we should put that one up there too. Housing and just growth.
Well, and again, I think that ties to infrastructure, right? You need water and sewer and roads to the house. And so how do people got to support those things? There's a tax component to it. But the city doesn't build housing or partners. There's a couple of partners out there.
Yeah, but thinking about how can the city support addressing that challenge? Okay, so thinking about these themes, and I'll put the vision areas up there as well. We're gonna break you guys into small groups, and what I want you to do is talk about ways that people think about this exercise in different ways. So I just want to give you the freedom to think whether it's project specific or if you think about it outcome based, like at the policy level. I think it's personally harder to just sit down and craft a goal and put some very succinct goal language around it. So sometimes it's easier to think of those concrete things, like those project-based things. And then once we get those mapped out here, then we can zoom it out and be like, okay, these are the things that, this is kind of the outcomes that or these are the things that you hope will happen. What's the outcome that we're driving towards? What's the why behind this? And that's how we try to get at those policy level goals. The details are still helpful because staff can take that as they think about the how piece of it. It's not a guarantee that that's how they're gonna do it, but it gives them another data point. And so, but people's minds, some people gravitate towards, I wanna write this big lofty goal and they can just think like that very easily. But some of us need to think a little bit more specific and project-based, and then that helps us to get to the next step of setting the policy goal. So I just want you to have the freedom to however your brain works, like embrace that, support your small group in that conversation by providing those ideas. It's a brainstorming exercise. So you get to use these Post-its. We have lots of them. I encourage you to just put one idea per Post-it because that allows us in this next phase to group them. I often have people break the rules and then it makes me have to rewrite a Post-it on multiple ones. So please just let me say it again. One idea per Post-it. If anybody's napping, I'll say it one more time. One idea per Post-it. Because that will allow us to do the next part of the exercise much more easily. Okay. We have until you've got about 20 minutes, which is a good start until lunch. And then we'll take our lunch break and then come back. If you guys need additional time in your groups, you can take that. Otherwise, we'll start our reporting out and evolve our conversation there. Sasha, do you want to say what the groups are? And while you're doing that, I'll put the vision areas up here so you guys can have those.
So again, small groups talking about specific projects.
Yep, you guys are gonna do some brainstorming around taking all of this, now that we have this shared understanding of the current picture. This is where we are. Where do we want to go? So what's the future gonna look like? What sort of goals do we need to be thinking about?
Okay, so group one is gonna be Darcy, Rod, Jonathan, Tom, Dave, and Amy. Okay, and then Timothy, Dan, Matthew, Angie, Jeff. Not airport Jeff. And then Rich, Scott, Josh, Daniel, airport Jeff.
Airport. I think about it.
So, you guys can look around, Daniel, find a place that's comfortable to sit, take your markers and your Post-its. If it's helpful, you can snap a picture of, our chart up here, refer to it. Okay, so Rich, Scott, Josh, Daniel, airport Jeff. Timothy, Dan, Matthew, Angie, Jeff, not airport Jeff. And then Darcy, Rod, Jonathan, Tom, Dave, and Amy. And there's cups with markers around, so grab a cup per group and then grab some Post-its. And one more time. One thought per Post-it.
Yes, here. Right.
No, you're good, you're good.
Alice,
Post-its. How is Alice?
Yeah, you're over there.
Is she still? It's my next.
Fine, they're
I know she's still on.
We don't have a plan on this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Josh.
For the count. Alice and I worked at Twelleton together.
That's beyond
Well, that might work. Wasn't it on the agenda to stay on our race? Sasha had a lot of comments for you guys if you need it. Help. Deal with like your school, dog parks and stuff.
Just say that. But they kind of, even the things when they're like, this stuff. Yeah, so they would call it out, so I didn't say it. We'll see if it adds up to that. I just don't want to see.
The simplify everything. That's where it's.
I'll see how providers.
So, I'm telling you, in regards to Johnson money, personally, we should include almost $20 million. I mean, that's in my world.
So it goes into
And look through this exercise. I'm done, But anyway, whatever, you're right, there's my. Well, that's all I'm saying. I keep check the department for transparency.
And they don't share social media.
We're gonna go.
Not a huge.
So Jim's very right, like. Program. In years, some of the criticism on it, we big enough to have a public relations officer.
And then.
The county's kind of the way that. I think all you go to our website.
Like you're saying, when you do. Biggest one, I think.
Yeah, I don't like, trust. It's like, so what to do, but it's like. But we don't need to. So, I know I'm talking. So, so would it be? Respect all things.
I don't wanna do the rest
Something is like each.
No, no,
no.
I like that, that's the. That is the equivalent. Right. Especially first year.
However, it's just.
Communication and for transparency.
It's not a goal to the world there. It's not. It's.
So. That.
And to on what property. Oh, how does one plan? How to achieve? So there's new development going on out of Long Pine.
Well, for enhancing the hard.
Well, I know it's like thousands.
Okay, now.
Closing out the current.
Harvey's construction process. I expect what we do.
For housing.
Construction trades.
Yeah. So housing, because right now, it's not. Everything's. It's coming together. All delegate. All.
Council actions.
How are we doing over here?
I think we could. A lot of it, I think, public works. So we can streets and real utility, I put a building.
Let's say that now.
Yeah. But I think, also this.
Yeah.
Back with the colonel was there. They constantly.
Well, so I think. So right now. I'm gonna have. I think constitutional. I still get started by October now.
public works. They're tearing up our sidewalks too. They.
My neighborhood is.
Yeah, Lincoln, really working well. Yeah. I get requests for traffic calming over here.
Really like, once you guys don't want to, I'll check their minutes. I just swear.
A master plan every so many years.
Yeah. Everyone, my friends, we got a corn.
What?
My friend.
That's the.
So, is there an average?
There's no magic.
It's not, it doesn't invoke the parts.
Are they really smart?
For example,
Outside.
Making sure that public safety is followed.
I mean, when, there's a conversation.
Maybe it's not just showing up. That means pretty great.
20 minutes, okay, should be.
Almost, it goes fast, you have about another 10.
Draw you in.
Yes.
What about
No, I just wanted to, that I was talking about. Housing. First, I mean, I know there's a lot of different. At the moment, like focusing on. Figuring out how we.
$20 million.
Increase what we have. Is better and then get you increase housing.
Yeah, it won't go up there unless.
The type of housing that's needed.
I mean, it's still across the table, but it's very sort
Should the city. Dialogue with school district. Asking the school, which is the resident role. And how easy it is to.
What about?
I don't know what the.
No, I was like, what if you own 10 units somewhere, like,
Rather
yeah, we're gonna be able to remain in down because they're not gonna agonize over their land.
This is.
That's yeah. They're not here. Mike.
Yes. Just the housing thing, we don't. I think it's very good. Let's read that.
How do we, should the city, how do we get out of these proper, they're involved in the school district?
So there's another. In the capacity behind us, like. So I think.
United.
Okay, just a time check, you guys, lunch should be here soon, we're gonna have you keep working until it gets here. But, it's like another 5 to 10 minutes, so if you haven't moved on to topic, make sure you cover a couple different topics before we get to lunch.
Yeah. Some riverfront, a lot of people having the schemes and that much, except for. I think it was my first discussion. Some, you're right. I don't think the trust. Some of this stuff is bad. Good. That was big. We don't know either. Oh, we'll build it. There's a few out there. Those are not ones like some. That's dusty as the frontage. Yeah. I never. It's a lot of restrictions. We don't have to build that dock and steam down here. It's overgrown. I don't know that we've ever asked her, you and I, we say, yeah, shoot, it was 25. How many? But, I mean, I think, look,
That's back to the point, we should have a conversation about, well, tourism here at the river, like, you know, it's all
Oh, yeah, that's one.
I asked. So we should do this, we should do that. That's a discussion. Is there one thing that you guys should do is try to log it? They have experience. Yeah. I'm not looking at you when I said it, I'm just trying to show you. You were multi-generous, multi-general experience. What is the one thing, like, what's the one thing you guys want? Traffic policy, let's see how you do that. For a ban, about it. Or we get about because
I know.
Oh, wait, no, on the top, it's like a nut. Oh, totally. Just so funny.
We're gonna have the body.
Dictionary thing.
Is there somewhere messing up here?
I haven't heard that. Yeah, no, I feel like ground though, you're just like, that is so true. Yeah, like, she even had an angry thing that she. It's great.
They do.
They're perfect.
Well, let's get
Is it? Is it appropriate? That's what it's doing. You're speaking for that, or is that maybe one side?
You can also take a look and see if you missed anything over here. Kind of recap, check out those themes, we moved them over to the side as well as the vision elements.
What about? What about calling out? That's almost. Yeah, that's my question.
Now, if they're.
We have a. We want something.
That organization.
Try to get around that.
Services.
And better way to tell.
What is it again?
I was suggesting.
We identified, just, we identified it as something the city and the community. It might not be. The city. Meeting on our.
I'm gonna play with it. But that's something.
Percentage of the people that are in Norfolk are they're excommunicated. Good job.
It's not somebody like that, certainly will comment on Facebook. Your native baby. Well, that I reinvested. And you said that there's a man in my office that just
I have to send this to
So what we did is we organized. What happened is she said, well, and that's.
Well, they're not looking.
They go to Clacton. That way we get them there. We get them there on. So as. Unfortunately, that's my industry.
Okay, so back to wrap up the conversation, because lunch.
We don't do money. Somebody's gonna.
We could get that. Idea, right? Because first feel like. A lot more. So he wants to make it.
And every business at least have had someone that has been excommunicated, and yet they still remain and they still, and those are the ones that are in the valley, those are the people that are, and it's difficult. Yeah.
Okay, guys, start to wrap it up. It looks like lunch is ready.
We did our part. We did our part. Okay.
They said. Yeah, it does.
They have. Yeah, there's not finding over there.
Sports facility. Hosting it's render it's service job. We're lots for these housing.
Okay, so we're running just a little bit behind, but we'll try to catch that. We've got another, we had until 12:45 allocated for lunch, so why don't you guys just take until 12:50? We'll just have to cut lunch a little bit.
Yeah, city of Reading.
The good salt. So no meters down.
Double our housing price. By rate of.
I'm not good with it.
We're just having lunch. We can pause.
Yeah,
I wouldn't turn this on though. I would turn this. It's like, but we watch this.
I wanna go. Yes. I think I'll go there.
Better.
Is there a way that, she's. They'll never, it is, went down and get food and. Great lady, Bob Duran.
Yeah.
Anyway, he passed, 2 years ago. And she's running. Each for her to get water. We're all.
Oh, so what they do is, once they're like that, and once it's like, they go back and do it, so that they use most recent one.
Yeah, that's probably.
So that's why it's, we could help people find these things and say, let's start talking to them.
Well, Mike Kilkenny is heading over right now. And I will go over after I get out of here. After I get out of here, I'll.
Okay.
Thank you.
The local plant day has already been on it, so that's how she did it.
Mike was heading over to Vega for Ann's house during the water leak. Actually, that's gonna be compensated. That's the one that Mike can fix it. So Mike's heading over there. I'm in a conference all day, so I'll be down there. All right, that's what I killed him. He's heading over to Vegas. There's evidence, it's I don't know if she was. That's why.
Really?
It's the best.
The bottom of the science are outside of this, particularly in their case, the side of that's really. Well, it's not right. Yeah, it's not.
Okay, let's bring it back in. Okay, we're gonna hear what you guys came up with in your small groups. So if you don't already have your posted, somebody from your small group will grab them. So that we are gonna start wrapping up. Do you wanna do our trivia? Yeah, while they're collecting their post-it, Sasha and I have quick trivia game for you. The Dallas trivia is sponsored by Wikipedia, so if you have a problem with any of our questions, take it up to Wikipedia. All right. Before I start with these questions, I want to give a special shout out to the A team, Abby and Amy. Abby helped get all the food here today, and then Amy helped coordinate everything today and got us a beautiful space and helped just get all the logistics dialed in. So special thanks to them. Okay. Oh, fresh coffee. Oh yeah, fresh coffee. Okay, in 1986, what, oh wait, the first person to raise their hand gets to answer. Yeah. In 1986, what movie was filmed here? Oh.
It was called. I know that, but there was a face.
Yeah. You get a prize.
He's not eligible either.
No. The town history buff, you guys have quite the competition here.
You have to write it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
What animal, what world-renowned animal originated from the Dalles in 1982? Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Yep.
What world-renowned animal originated from the Dalles in 1982?
That's what.
No.
It's a hairless cat.
It's not hairless, it's a curly haired cat.
Weird.
The La Perma.
The La Prima, yeah, the La Prima cat. Yeah, I know, it's
I was
fascinating.
like, nobody's gonna get this. Okay, are you guys ready for this one?
Tape so we can tape this mouth.
I know, right? I know, he's really gonna know this one too. Okay, you guys ready? What local, the Dallas winemaker won Dancing with the Gorge Stars this year?
Philadelphia.
Yes.
No, you didn't.
I know, he did not. You guys, fun fact about this, Tierra de Boca is my favorite winery. So I love coming out to the Dalles. My best friend, her family has property at Pine Hollow. So we pit stop in the Dalles every time, drink wine with Adolfo, and then take our wine for the weekend. So one of my favorite spots. So right here in the Dalles.
Is that all of them?
That's all of them.
All right, Dallas trivia is over. Back to work.
Thank you.
So I thought 1986.
I know, but those documents.
It's too easy. The cat one, like, nobody's very good. Yeah, very random. Okay.
Oh, Harry Chris.
Huh?
And no, that was Rajneesh Pearl.
Jeff House is in the movie.
Really?
Yeah.
That was my Margaret's old place up on Valley View Road. It was the Honnold, Bill Honnold built the house in 72, but it was in the movie. Honnold shared that with me here a while back.
Alyssa Gilbert was in that movie, and she was down at the little local cafe with all the film crew. So we got to talk to them.
That's awesome.
Apparently she wasn't.
She is not a nice woman.
Oh,
Turns out.
Foul mouth.
more fun facts.
More fun facts. All right, we digress. Let's get back into it. So I want to hear what you guys came up with in your small groups. And we're gonna start to map out those ideas and group them as we start to see the themes emerge. So, who wants to go first? Yeah. What do we have?
Well, let's pick. Evaluate all community SDCs. Not city SDCs, all community SDCs, develop methodology, and encourage housing development. As a way to encourage.
Okay. What else do we have? An idea, what else do you guys think? Yeah. Just gonna go through all of them, get them up there, and then we'll have some discussion.
Involuntary confinement. For those ineligible to live in a shelter because of behavioral issues or by their own choice.
What else? Let's keep reading through them.
Government committee to determine the allocation of food or revenue.
Okay.
City take a leadership role in housing development. The thinking there is it really a city function to? Somebody's gonna take more of a leadership role, trying to, talk about. housing.
Yeah, whether it's a facilitating partners from the other, okay.
City work with B21 school district to develop a community-wide vision for their future.
What was that one?
City work with B21, the school district,
Oh, okay,
to develop a community-wide vision for their future.
okay. All right. Any questions for our first group here? Okay, who wants to go next?
Yeah.
Great.
Except our scribe was kind of a little wordier, so that one's with the
With the revenue.
Google
option?
revenue, more new money,
Okay,
otherwise unspecified new money.
okay, is it the same form of committee? Or yours was more focused on policy
Develop a
process?
policy and a process for your money.
Okay, okay,
And really with the idea of splitting it, like how to split it and what purpose and what the purpose is.
okay. All right,
Let's see. I was listening to this, balancing, both engaging in this in housing social conversation, but really we were emphasizing balancing livability and compassionate response. There's a follow-up one for that, where we parcel out like the 3 areas: treatment, lodging, or shelter, and enforcement.
okay,
Report.
okay,
Keep going.
keep going.
City facility master plan. And buildings maintenance and repair. I guess is sort of the same thing, at least an emphasis on
It really
that.
is.
Let's handle one, I'll do those at the end.
Okay,
We said the city should be scratching its head, essentially figuring out how to be involved in the housing supply conversation.
okay,
We intersect on that already somewhat, but thinking it through would be helpful.
okay,
Let's see, economic development with, obviously something that we and others talk a lot about, but we specifically said, let's think about not just job growth, but wage growth.
okay.
So
And what
for
is the
like-
55,000, is that the median right now?
Just a proposed goal for like a median wage in
Oh,
our
okay.
community. Right now, it's 50. Basically, if we can bump it up. The idea is fostering good jobs, not just more jobs. And then like sort of kind of unrelated, think about the role of tourism and the TRT money.
Okay,
Um, Both of those are sort of interrelated. We get a lot of TRT money and we allocate without sort of a larger sense of why and what. And we have a lot of people that say, let's increase tourism. Without, again, a larger sense of why or what. So, other unrelated traffic safety and enforcement downtown. I will say traffic safety committee yesterday really emphasized that when I said, what's one thing you want me to take to goal setting? And that was their one thing.
okay,
Tree canopy study, like a city tree canopy study, like hire a contractor for that. And
and with the purpose,
inventory and planning. We are investing a little money into street trees downtown. It's sort of like expand the scope of that and be thinking more broadly a little bit. So the last one is sort of animal control, animal care. Yeah.
okay. Thanks, Kurt.
Attract and retain great city staff.
Okay.
Does it get any better than we have? Does it get any better than we have?
No, but we were prolific. Tech strategy and plan. This one's also technology, modernize, standardize, engage. Okay, what else? Transparency and community engagement. Housing policies that encourage development. Enhance livability in the Dallas.
Okay.
raise our voice and influence in Salem. Improve transparency and communication. But I guess goes with that too. Use tech to improve communication with citizens and departments. Exploit any available riverfront advantages.
I don't know more about, what was the conversation like around this?
We don't have a lot of, we have the river, but we don't have a lot of access to the riverfront. We don't utilize it in the way like the river does their waterfront.
Okay.
So we talked about some of the challenges, but that's why it's exploit any available, because it's a little harder to come up with.
Okay.
Define core mission of city government.
Tell me a little bit more about this.
Okay.
They snuck this in there over lunch.
There's been a lot of discussion about things that aren't directly the responsibility of city government, but that city government can have influence in, and where those efforts should be, and of course, where we put our money.
Yes.
Okay. So I
Like,
would.
like parks, fire, schools, none of those are city responsibilities, but yet they're continually impacting the livability of the city and certainly the quality of life here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, community safety that meets public expectations.
So I want to modify. That
Yes.
exceeds.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I know, I should have written that.
Oh, okay, I'm like, did I read that wrong? Okay.
I wrote it.
Okay. Enhance livability, reduce homeless impacts. Political support for schools. Revenue estimates and planning.
We thought we were supposed to fill out every piece of paper we were given.
Go for it.
I'm almost there. Increase needed housing stock. Provide infrastructure.
Say a little more about this one. I mean, you guys do provide infrastructure.
I tried to have the word adequate in there, but somebody didn't like that.
Why?
Except. I think it was kind of a gray term where one person's sense of adequacy might not align with another's. Although I was just calling them on the wording on it.
They see.
Public safety. But anyway, meet the infrastructure needs of the city.
Okay. Yeah, this is kind of a category around construction. Yes.
Encourage economic development.
Did you guys have any additional conversation around what that means? Wage growth, jobs. Track businesses.
A lot of the specific example we talked was of attracting businesses like that.
Okay.
And improve access to community health, including mental health.
What is that? What kind of discussion did you guys have around this one? What did this look like?
So we just have a lot of issues like around homelessness and whatnot, where people can't get access to
Oh,
either
okay.
good healthcare or mental health care.
Okay.
It's not just homelessness either, right? There are people who have homes but are not able to access it.
Okay, yeah, I was asking because I was like, does it go here, or is this a livability thing? Or is it, here? I don't know. Yeah, there's certainly connections between all of these. But no, it feels different. I'm gonna put it over here for right now. Because this is, it's houselessness, it's supportive services, which anybody could access for.
Yeah, but not everyone in our community has access to good community health. I mean, we did talk a little bit about like challenges with the hospital transition, and then just also in general, mental health care is not even necessarily available to everyone in the community, whether or not they're houseless. It's hard to get it covered.
Do you guys feel like these ideas address like the main themes that we talked about? Is anything missing? We've read our list.
Here on our 2040 vision plan, whether that's our or the communities, we had one theme which was strengthening community life. And one was like develop music and art events. I don't know if that's really a city thing, but it also, there's another one that was establish a community center or plaza, which is definitely under the enhanced livability. So it's not up there right now. I would say that might be something we add. We were adding speakies. Downtown Plaza.
Okay.
Piggybacking on that, I mean, even like the event center, we're taking advantage of some of that municipal land. So we figured,
yeah.
Supporting it.
So what,
Like an event center, I've got,
is that different than this? Downtown Plaza?
yeah, I'm thinking big enough, like the Redmond Fairground. That's we have.
When you bring this paper,
It's something that came up in our report. Event center and some of the useful ground.
Okay, reactions to any of this? There's a couple themes that are coming out of here. Definitely one here around city facilities, building maintenance and repair, infrastructure. These two feel a little bit different. I'm not sure where those belong yet. This one, I'm not totally sure where that goes. Houselessness and supportive services. Housing. These are all related to livability, which I don't always love to have a livability category because it feels so broad. But I'm not sure, but they're so closely linked. This one, these are all revenue. More fiscal sustainability. And then the event center and the tourism, downtown plaza could be, the event center and the tourism piece could be part of an economic, could go in an economic development grouping. Yeah.
I suggest also that the riverfront event, the exploited riverfront, also falls into that.
Can we talk a little bit more about the riverfront piece? The word exploit feels interesting.
To take advantage of.
Okay.
Make more of it than it is.
Okay.
I always hear from the community that there's a huge difference in the way that, you know, like Hood River used to develop it out and what's available here. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into that, but there's some truth to it as well.
It's like gain value from,
Yeah,
connect to.
yeah, exploiting it, one might say.
And it was a big priority, and is a priority. Interstate came through and fire administration, fire council, these the current councilors worked on reconnecting to the river, which really drove punching in the Union Street underpass, which is those
Okay.
feet, and the cruise ship dock, and the Lewis and Clark Park, that was all aligned with reconnecting to the river, because we were cut off.
Gotcha. So it is so this is a feasible thing to.
So, you know, we have the Fort Rock site down there where Lewis and Clark Camp as a
Uh-huh.
historical monument
I almost
essentially.
put it in the trivia.
It's covered with falls camps.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But you look at it from an economic standpoint, look at Tri-Cities, what they've done with Columbia Park along the river there. There's how many miles of viewing for the hydroplane races or the different events that are on the water there that attracts every day. There's 1,000 people in that park.
Probably one of the best assets we have right now is the Riverfront Trail.
Yep.
The Riverfront Park.
We have the space on the riverfront
About it,
park.
It's not high on my mind, the park to go to. I would drive to the shoot track area for the park, and that's like.
But it could be.
It should be.
And with the ability to go from Riverfront Park to the Dells, basically out to the dam, like the edge of the. That full lane, we could create something like Tri-Cities that it's a huge economic driver for them.
Remind me of that, absolutely, it's an unrealized, potential player. Somebody remind me, we briefly had a very brief conversation about this at council about exploring the dock area and that adjacent piece of the port property that's off the trail.
You mean for the east of the dock?
Correct.
No, west of the dock.
East
Well,
of the
no, up the dock area, up the marina, right.
Yeah. So I mean, it's something we have briefly touched on. Remind me, what was the upshot of that? Was there any upshot? That's perfect.
I think it's just one of the few access points. You know, as you're on the port area, there's a lot of.
Yeah. It's a lot of serious lack of parking to get to that. We're going east from the existing riverfront park gives you the ability to have a parking lot and beach access.
There's some real significant challenges to go east from the riverfront park. Cultural resources.
What?
Cultural resources.
A lot of the wildlife.
Okay, so, but we would agree that this is about investing in this is an economic opportunity. I mean, it does relate to community livability too, but it's really an economic opportunity. It attracts more tourism. It creates another amenity, yes?
Feel like I've been talking a lot, but I just speak my own mind on that. Tourism or the TRT sticker was both about budget and role of tourism in the community.
Okay.
Which I think we have not really had much conversation about how much tourism we want, what the role is, etc. But we get this annual chunk of money every year, which is kind of right at the chamber to bring in visitors to some degree. The riverfront park or riverfront opportunities are one of those things that would both enhance livability and potentially also the economic development or tourism development.
Okay.
And that's like the sweet spot to my mind where it's like people that live here benefit from it. Like the riverfront trail, people that live here benefit from it. And it might also draw some people on the side.
Okay. What about, let's talk about this area over here. This is a big one. Houselessness, access to community health, mental health services. What's the city's role in this? What was the goal? What's the, these are a lot of really good ideas and definitely it connects to livability, but there are enough specific items here that it feels like it's its own category. And so I'm just wondering, what's the desired outcome here and what's the city's role? Cause that really impacts how you shape.
Well, a lot of it's out of hands. I think we were thinking one of some,
This one,
which I reworded by the way, that's kind of.
okay, what'd you reword it to?
It's exactly the same, it's just a little bit coherent. I mean, the city does not have the power or the authority to compel someone into involuntary confinement. But maybe through our resources and access to people that would have that authority, like our state legislators or whatever, that's where that would come in. And I would think that might be true with a lot of the lower left categories. Is it's working with state legislators to improve the situation. But
Yeah, what do the others on the council think about this? As far as what the city's role is?
Well, I could just move that poster down there, have a stronger voice in Salem, get a lot more influence in Salem.
So when it comes
That
to,
does affect us, the laws being passed in Salem impact us directly, we have control. That's yes. But
from like a administration standpoint, you guys, I'm wondering if you've done all you can do. Like, to address this issue, is there more that you feel like within the city's service, scope of services and authority, is there anything else you would advise doing? Aside from advocacy at their state legislature?
But we're sort of mid lawsuit, so
Okay.
I think it's a part of that.
When we do lobbying, what we do is we go to the people that we're familiar with, that are representing our particular area, which are not necessarily the power shakers and movers in Salem.
Okay,
I propose that when we do focus, we look at addressing and making appointments for people that we have to come up with a list and then find out who are the movers and shakers. And perhaps meeting with them, explaining our situation. Maybe we might persuade them to reevaluate, especially the measures that have impacted the drug issue, lessening the drug. And also in, what was the other one that we're dealing with, this measure 40?
Senate Bill 48.
That's one. And the other one that has created such havoc.
The 110.
Yeah, okay, those two in particular, in the law enforcement, and those two have, in my opinion, maybe they were well-intentioned when they were designed, however, the net result has been misery and pain that they have caused. But the reality is that's what has transpired, and there needs to be a reversal of those laws. And if we go back and at least try to persuade those people that have supported it in the past, perhaps we can persuade them to come back. That's the only way that we can have a reversal of some of the things that we're faced with, some of the issues we're faced with. That's just an opinion, but it might be a strategy that would have an impact.
I keep looking at the police chief, wondering what the thought is on this from a public safety perspective.
About being represented in Salem, well, Salem.
Well, just when you think about this and what's in the city's purview of what you guys could do or what you could impact, is Salem advocacy is certainly one strategy.
Yeah, and you know, they definitely impact us in more ways than just public safety. Like when they're passing out dollars to rehab and replace bridges, you got a bridge need replacement, right? And so if we're in the conversation, then we're at the table when those funds are handed out. They pass a lot of bills, as you know, that are really aimed at handling problems in Portland. But they're the state legislature, they're not the Portland legislature, so we're beholden to all those laws as well. So when you ask anybody around this town, are we well represented in Salem? I think the answer is generally.
We hear that across the state and the small cities that we work with. So they have a similar tone, but
My point is that, do we have an advocacy group that goes to Salem and lobbies. I'm not aware of anyone from.
LOC is supposed to be the voice for the city.
Jonathan, what were you gonna have to?
LOC is supposed to be the voice for the city. That's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
And I will agree with that.
It's LOC. You have a municipal background.
Yeah, I did. Those.
They're supposed to be the hidden department in every city in the state. Right? Don't always count on them to advocate on that. Personally, they just like every other city, the city, none of them, I would be curious, you might have a better idea of this than I do. Because you do this for other jurisdictions as well. This type of activity.
Yeah.
How common are some of the issues that you're seeing or one versus other cities?
Well, really common, and this, you guys are reminding me, I've worked with Hermiston for like the last 7 years, and they've had similar conversations about representation in the state and the legislature. I think they've heard the same comment of, it's not the Portland legislature, and they just feel really underrepresented when it comes to them making policy. As far as the advocacy thing, piece of it, like, yes, it is a strategy, but it's a strategy on all of these things. That's why I'm wondering, like, is that your only tool? I almost feel like that's an expectation that you should, as elected officials, that's we didn't put it in the rules, but part of your role is to connect with those other legislators and be advocating for those things on a somewhat regular basis. If it's really targeted, like sometimes I think about Hillsborough and some of the economic stuff that they're trying to support, they hire specific lobbyists to do advocacy for a thing. Like that makes a lot of sense, that housing is one, and homelessness is one that everybody in the state struggling with. So I saw a couple hands come up in response. So I saw Dan's hand, the mayor's hand, and I saw 2 hands over here, Daniel and John. Okay, Dan, pick us up.
Okay. So city council, there's 5 of us. And a mayor, so the electeds, we're volunteers and most of us are pretty busy already.
Mm-hmm.
Part of our set of responsibilities is supposed to be involvement with committees. I don't know that we've really looked at the cost of benefit to some of our committee participation in a while.
Like in city committees?
Yeah, so for instance, I brought a thought from the traffic safety committee, that's one of my 2 committees on, right? I wonder if maybe if we're serious about this, council needs to sort of internally think about where we're showing up and whether we're getting maximum benefit. And I don't want to call out any of them specifically just because it'll sound like I'm denigrating somebody's work, but we don't have like a city council representative engaging with LOC. I know the mayor does a lot, but it's, I think there are other opportunities where we could potentially amplify our influence. If we said, yeah, maybe we don't spend time on, forgive me, if whoever's doing this, say the sister city committee, which is great, but it's like, is that really where we want to put extra time or influence or energy? Maybe it's somewhere else.
Yeah.
So maybe have that conversation around what are our committee assignments and what are our committee roles?
You could also think of that when we get into the implementation framework later, based on our goals, what sort of committee assignments would help us move these things forward. So yeah, that's a really good point.
I was going to mention that the LOC does do a good job of representing our interests, but on a local level, we have a community outreach team that's supposed to be taking an active role in a lot of this kind of thing. So some of us have served on it, either county or the city or whatever. I think that we, instead of going to Washington DC twice a year, maybe a trip to Salem might be in order to meet with not just our representatives, but others that, maybe it's selected departments. It could be a Portland office, it could be a Salem office. The other thing is, on this homelessness stuff, I really feel that, and I should have written it down because I'm attendant. I'm surprised he hasn't brought it up yet, but I will. Okay. I'm just throwing out a percentage here. 20% of the homeless people in the Dalles can't go to a shelter. The Boise case has compelled cities to build shelters to get homeless people off the streets. But not all homeless people will go to a shelter either because they have behavioral issues and get kicked out, or because they just don't want to go there. The Boise case does not address that. What do we do with that 20%? Those are the ones that you see on Pentland Street. And Tim has an idea that Eugene is doing and Portland is doing. I'm not sure I want to compare ourselves to Eugene or Portland, but it's a way to help solve that 20% issue. And I really think that's something, if the state legislature isn't going to solve this for us, or if the courts are not going to solve it for us, we're going to have to solve it ourselves, because I really think I'm not going to say it's ruining our city, but it sure isn't helping. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. What else? Daniel and then Tom.
Yeah, so the piece that kind of comes to mind is the approach going through LOC. Typically what they will do is reach out to communities, get their top 5 issues to advocate for local communities before the legislature. By the time we go through that process with every other community in the state, all of those the specifics of a particular idea on how to address homelessness of a particular type, like homeless, mentally ill, gets then combined with every other homeless issue. And so the specifics of an idea or an approach that might actually work don't get translated or communicated to the state legislature. It's just the general idea that we need more housing for these houseless populations in communities in Oregon. And so then more dollars go out for housing in communities across Oregon that doesn't address the mentally ill homeless in communities that are the issue that we're trying to solve. And so addressing that specific issue, I've looked at it as kind of doing a triage of the houseless population and how we can affect each aspect of that. And I think by and large, the work that's been done is for people that are homeless. They have mental faculty. They may have had issues in the past. One reason or another has deposited them on the street, and they're wanting to get off the street, so they get into a shelter. All of that work through feedback from local communities like Dallas and through LOC, through the legislature, has impacted and continues to impact that portion of the population. The difficulty is there are limitations on what communities of government, whether it's local or state, can do with the mentally ill. Typically mentally ill that don't want to stay in treatment, don't want to go to treatment if they're not an immediate harm to themselves. There's nothing that allows the government to compel them to get treatment or to get on medication. And so that one remains an issue, and it's an issue for every community. And so I think going through the process that we've been going through for years doesn't address it. So maybe a different strategy to address that rather than going through the LOCs and that type of thing to get at it that way. Maybe just communicating the specifics of an approach that maybe other communities are hearing, but haven't communicated to the legislature, haven't been able to communicate to the legislature specifically, and just going through the media to do it. And I mean, not just local community here in Dallas, but reaching out to communities in Portland, conveying the specifics of an idea and getting them on board, and then having the media take the information out to all of the legislature that way, rather than one of our elected officials or staff might do a legislator or a member of the state legislature to advocate for a specific approach when that senator or representative doesn't represent this district. It's not going to be easy for them to say, well, I'm doing this because the Dallas wants me to, when they're representing the population.
I was just gonna say that, the legislature is a lot like the city council, right? They're there to represent their districts and form policy and stuff like that. And our city council, at least really seems to like it when people come in and speak their piece, right? It's supposed to be representative democracy. And so any approach to, engaging with that body should be intentional, but also understand that it comes at a cost, right? So it's really as easy as signing up to speak at a committee hearing, or if there's a bill going through the process that's receiving a second or third hearing that we either support or don't, zooming in and speaking your piece, and that actually has influence to say what they want to hear from people. real people, like in this room, rather than special interest lobbyists that they get all day, every day, they can't avoid them. And then when they do hear from somebody that says, hey, I'm here from the Dallas City Council, they love to hear from us.
So I'm hearing targeted advocacy towards this issue.
Whatever's important to us.
Well, whatever's important to you, but I'm hearing especially this issue of houselessness and what to do with this 20% of folks that can't go into shelters. Like specifically around that. Yes? Darcy?
So there are two issues or two tracks that I see for homelessness. There are the homeless people themselves and what services they need. And then there are the people who are affected by the homelessness, by their housing values going down or the sidewalks being blocked or whatever it is. And so there are things that we could do that we've never talked about in a group setting to see what council's position would be. So with the law, you can limit where people are in public if you provide them with an alternative space. And we've never seriously considered creating a designated space that they
Like
can
the
go.
time, place and manner ordinance?
Like a city
No.
designated a big spot.
A city, yeah. So if they have a place that they're allowed to go and camp or whatever, we can say you cannot be on the sidewalk right here. You can go to the other place. The other thing is we have an issue with shopping carts right now. It's been proposed and I thought about it too, which is providing them with a cart that they can carry their belongings, and then we can have rules about, you know, you can't just park it on the sidewalk. You can go to the place we designated, and that's gonna basically force people to, one, not steal shopping carts, and number two, have only enough that they can to carry around in that wagon or whatever that we've given them. So there are solutions like that that fit within the law, but we just need to be creative and talk about them. And I think, you know, it's gotten so desperate that we might be willing as a council to consider some of those things that we weren't before. And for me, that's what I would like us to consider is what can we do within the confines of the law? It's not gonna take care of the problem completely, but we certainly can make headway.
Okay. Timothy?
Yeah, I'd like to back up the bus a little bit about what you said, Dan, about the LOC. I think that's a valuable. I've seen the changes over the years, and they've become, in fact, you know, I've attended all of their conferences. They're a wonderful agency. I just saw that there's a position that they're asking for someone to run for a board member position. That might be something if anyone has the available. Personally, at my time, I cannot do this one. So, but if someone could, that would be an avenue to get perhaps into the leadership of LOC. I just wanted to bring that up. And then to your point, Darcy, I do have some things that I have investigated, possible locations to put the rest haven or whatever we call it, a place for people to go, because when Chief Worthy and his officers ask a person when they're moving them from a site to another, they tell them you can't stay there. Well, where do you want us to go? And the answer to that is, we don't know, but we need to go somewhere. So at this point, I think we're at a point, if we fail to answer this question, and we fail to find a location for individuals to be a place to put their things, we could get storage bins that could possibly, that are protected, that are supervised, that a place that's safe, because they're also, the people on the street are also being harassed by other people. They're facing all kinds of horrific situations in their life. Perhaps we can manage some of the monies that are coming in and earmark a portion of the monies to address the homeless population. Not only the homeless population, there's a group of people. I think that Kenny is doing a superb job on the upper echelon of the homeless, the ones that want to get out of homelessness and into permanent housing. And then there's another category that's affected by drugs, alcohol, but there's that group on the bottom, 20%. Perhaps that may be high, but these are the people most affected, and they're the ones that we are identified at the library of causing creative problems on the city. And somehow we have to address that portion of the population just to make our city livable again. Because we're losing business, we're losing people out of our community that I've heard. And up until this point, we really haven't addressed this. So there are things that I believe we can do. We just have, and this is probably the time to do it. I don't know. I just wanted to say that piece.
Okay.
I do feel like the county, the sheriff has taken a run at this. I don't know all the ins and outs. But our efforts might be somewhat siloed, and maybe what we're trying to get at is like work with people that are also trying to do this. And rather than reinvent the wheel on it, you go with it.
Partnerships are always good.
Okay. So this definitely feels like there should be a goal around it. Yeah, I want to be able to, again, get into, to make sure that staff has some clear direction of, we're gonna set a goal around addressing houselessness. What's being clear about what the city's role is in this process. And it feels, right now, it's about engaging in regional partnerships, advocacy efforts through LSC engagement, and just being more present in Salem on this issue and maybe others as well. And then it looks like this one is connected to some sort of rest haven to be able to address the involuntary piece. The community health piece, I'm not sure what the city's role in is that, and that this comes up in a lot of communities as well. And it's like, is that the county's role? Is the city getting involved in that? And that feels a little unclear.
In our city, the county takes a lead role in that with the Center for Living, Mental Health, and the other agencies, the health department, but that's a county function, not city.
What are you gonna add, Josh?
Yeah, I think I just add to that rest haven, there's also this idea of safe parking. So much more of safe parking programs that are listed to basically finding places where people can just park their vehicles, you know. Golden numbers, like right around 4 or 5 vehicles on one site, and it's just, you know, people that, I mean, that's one of the last things that people have before they entirely shelterless, and it's, you know, a lot of people still use vehicles, so give them an opportunity instead of, you know, we need to move these parked vehicles off of our streets. We really do. I mean, but
yeah,
where can they go if that's the last thing that they have? So
So-
something to add to that.
So yeah, and there was the idea that Darcy mentioned around carts, and also exploring with other, like doing some analysis of what other jurisdictions are doing as well. So I think if you guys are okay with it, we don't have to wordsmith the goal language today, but there will be something around in terms of, you know, addressing houselessness in the Dells. And there'll be some actions in there listed around, like doing some analysis of, you know, like some of these alternative things that you maybe haven't tried yet. And for staff to put some research together on how to address these, and then also working through regional partnerships and doing some advocacy. Like those would be some actionable things under that whole area that you could accomplish. How do you feel about that, Darcy?
I was looking at the improved access to community health and that, the advocacy piece. And I was gonna say, I think another thing that the city could do would be to incentivize or otherwise kind of attract some of the new mental health treatment facilities that the state is basically helping to fund to create. They're gonna go somewhere, and we have a lack of those things here. And you know, we might think about bringing it to our community so that our community members have a place to go.
Okay.
Isn't that what the resolution center was?
That's back to that regional partnership.
Yeah.
It's one, but there are places, there was a place here in town that closed down too, so. You know, it doesn't have to be the big resolution, or just the.
So again, this could be part of this analysis of like what other types of programs exist. And you guys could have a decision about it at the council. So.
I mean, our city has engaged in this really seriously, in a variety of fronts. it's, I don't know if it's insoluble, it's difficult to address. But I do want to recognize staff is engaged, council is engaged. Other folks in our community are engaged. To Tom's point, Kenny and McCack are successful in part because of their approach, but also in part because they have a good relationship with people in Salem and have gotten a lot of money.
There's another round of funding coming out in January for this particular issue. So I think if we're positioned and in line for that, I think we should engage and try to land some of those grants.
Okay. All right. Wait, do we feel okay about, is everybody supportive of this, council? Of this direction? There's a lot of ideas here. Those aren't gonna all end up in the goals. You guys will see. So how this will work is we'll get the ideas mapped out. We'll make sure that we have some clear direction on the sort of the action items and what the overarching outcome is that you want to see. And then we'll take this information back and put together a draft list of goals and actions for you. Any of the really specific notes, we'll put that in a separate column, and those will just be like, it's for direction for staff. And you'll get this back as a draft to review and approve at a later date. So that we don't get into a wordsmithing exercise today, because we'll be here till tomorrow. I think this room is too hot for that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, do we have the energy to do one more before we take a break? I want another goal area. Or do you guys need a break? Do you want to move? The post lunch is hard.
It is, it's Matthew time.
Is there a
Yeah.
small one?
Is there a small one?
Trees and city trees.
Look, I'm serious.
Okay, yeah, we could try, we could do this one, the revenue one. It feels like
That's good, let's do it.
this one came out of all three groups, and it feels like there's some fairly clear direction here
Yes.
about forming a committee to talk about the allocation of these revenues.
Yes.
Yes? What?
Now I'm perky.
Yeah, you're okay. Good.
We really have not addressed this. It's just, it's time that we look at forming, and I think the mayor would agree with this, right?
Well, it's, yeah.
You wrote it.
Came out of all the groups, that's why I felt like this one might be an easy one before we take a break.
I don't see the word committee on any other of those yellow.
We had, so forming committee, we have policy process for the new money, so having a policy and a process that would direct. And then and then just revenue estimates and planning, so. I don't know, so thoughts on forming a committee? Is anybody opposed to forming a committee? Does somebody have a different idea of how it should go, Darcy and then Leanne?
Opposed to forming a committee because I feel like all of the council should have an input on it and
Or council will eventually, it's like. anything
right,
else.
but
Don't you have enough committees, Mr. Mayor?
I just,
Advisory.
you know, I guess if a counselor or a mayor didn't want to attend a work session, that'd be fine, but I feel like it's more of a work session. Because it is up to us as the council, and if you do a committee, stuff gets shook out and you don't get to discuss it and have it as a whole, and then you come back to the group and then stuff gets rehashed or stuff that was a good idea doesn't get brought up, so.
So
it's like the decision.
clarity on the committee piece, is that just like a council subcommittee or like a public committee? There's members, either one.
Yeah, you can make the committees the city council.
Yeah, okay.
I just think it has to be addressed, and I think, we've been sitting on this issue for a long.
However, it needs to be focused, and it needs to be only that item. And if it's in a workshop, I would go along with that as well. To
Okay.
give input, but
Dan, what were you gonna say?
It's already been said.
Okay.
No to the committee, yes to either a work session or just asking staff to give us some options. Come back with a few things we can discuss. and
So structured, focused work session.
I can live with that.
Okay. Josh?
I mean, I can see on it, it's, you know, although this Google money, you saw Matthew's presentation, it goes to the city and the county, this is the community's money. So I think, although council speaking for the constituents and staff might be able to come up with some good ideas. You know, the opportunity. We may not be looking in all the places of different organizations, agencies around that. Where that money could also be spent, so. Just having some additional voice. Could be interesting.
I saw Timothy had
I
a,
like that,
okay,
that direction, yes. However, we're the elected representatives of the people. And, you know, you can get input from the community, but still rest with the decision of the city council.
yeah, I think being, one thing, again, to that point of like, bring me a rock, and bring me another rock, like you could do community involvement on this topic all day and have a variety of different things. So being specific and having structure that might be helpful, and help you get some direction for staff on that. Darcy and then Rich.
So, I would like to stop calling it Google money because we don't break out anybody else's money that's, in the zones. Google's not the only one. And it is, to me, what we're doing here and deciding what our priorities are, then we do our budget. And that, to me, that money is in our budget pool to be budgeted for the priorities, not something separate. Like, it's either a priority for us or it's not. And I just think we're looking at it wrong to be thinking it's Google money and we have to do something special. Like, if we've decided what our priorities are for the community to make this a great place to live, that's where our money should be going, regardless of where it came from. There is no direction right now that says we have to partition out quote unquote Google money for something special, that it can't go into our regular budget for what we want as a city.
Rich, and then Dan, and then Matthew.
Well, the budget process is a great opportunity, but it only deals with 1 year. Whereas the Google money, we know is going to be coming over a 10 to 20 year period of time. And what I'm thinking about is that, and I want to mention also the county has a lot to say because they're getting half of the money too. The way I see it, the county and the city are the ones that are getting this money. You can call it Google money, you can, whatever you want to call it. Nobody else is going to have the opportunities that we're going to have to decide what's going to happen. And this is going to have a tremendous impact on our community. But it's if the city and the county are getting the money, and right now I don't see where that money's going anywhere. And I think Josh brought it up, but this is community's money. But we're the ones that, the city and the county are the ones that are going to decide what to do with it. So that's all I want to say.
Dan, and then Matthew.
I'd rather hear Matthew first.
That's sneaky. I guess this is what I thought about this a fair amount during the whole time. I've been working on this on city and county. And I think there's maybe two comments I'm trying to make. The first one is I think there is a discussion about our priority areas, where we want to see this money go, which is separate from the discussion about what we actually spend it on. So there's a discussion about let's allocate some resources to housing. And then there's another discussion about let's fund Mid-Columbia Housing's project on 10th Street, hypothetical project. So there's this higher policy priority discussion that occurs that I would like to keep separate from the project discussion. What I think I've seen in years past with some of these other monies is that it's kind of a feeding frenzy, frankly. And people come and pitch whatever topic or project to do where they have.
Sure.
Or whatever project of the day is. And it's whoever is loudest or whoever is most compelling, whoever is most eloquent. And not that that's bad, but that's what I've seen in some cases. Versus saying, we have priorities and councils get a set policy that we're going to allocate a certain percentage of these monies here, here, that can change or flow each year. And then from that point, we talk about specific projects that would allow us to hit all these initiatives or all of these priorities, not just one or two. And I think that's where I also go, what I've harped on a little bit is the city's, it says community money, but the city has a core mission and core deliverable to the community. Where we talk about, again, infrastructure and public safety. And these are potentially large dollars coming in, of which we have not seen a single penny yet. They're coming down the pipeline. But with our 20-year master plans, I mean, the infrastructure projects that we have, I mean, we're not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, we're talking millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars for water, sewer, roads, 10, 20 years. And our current revenues and burden that our ratepayers or taxpayers have, what they're currently paying isn't enough to meet those marks. We won't be able to do all those projects and those master plans. And so, again, kind of like I was alluding to a moment ago, a council policy that we take care of our house and we allocate the money that we need to hit our core mission. And then with what we have remaining or what we have left, we have a discussion about these priority areas. And once we've established those, you look at projects out of that. And that could be a number of different processes on how to get there. But that policy direction to staff would be really helpful. So we go into the budget and we say, okay, we're going to put this much money into water, sewer, storm, streets, make sure that house is taken care of. We're going to make sure that we're fulfilling our core needs, our core services, and then we will put this other money over here. Currently use a special enterprise reserve fund, and we fund projects out of that. And so it's kind of a several step there, but some policy guidance on that, on how we want to allocate and save and allocate these monies would be very helpful.
Have you guys worked with like a municipal like financial consultant that's offered you some case studies on how other cities have handled influxes of cash like this?
I haven't worked with a consultant, but I've been doing like research on the side about how cities use windfall money. What's the best use of it? It's really interesting because a lot of cities are dealing with that or working with that benefit and curse right now with ARPA dollars and all the COVID that's going on. So a lot of a couple of years from now there'll be
there are a lot I don't know if we call them case studies, I just because I work in this universe, but there are cities that have done a really good job of investing those resources in their community to support long-term livability. So where you don't see crazy high utility rate hikes year over year because they plan well ahead of that. And they're not having some of the same painful conversations that cities across Oregon are having about how we're going to fund our infrastructure through these very limited revenue options that we have.
You're delaying projects, and every year you delay, the price tag goes up and up while you try and scrounge for grants and loans. They're risking the failure of infrastructure, and if someone, a community citizen, turns on the tap and water doesn't come out, that's going to be their priority.
So you could form this goal around just doing the. I'm hearing it sounds like more a structured, like maybe a series of work sessions where you go gather this data and analysis and present that to the council so that you guys can have some policy options of, are we going to put a financial policy in place to direct these, or are we going to have a community involvement process of some sort that could give you some guidance if you wanted.
We've had community involvement. It's not Shark Tank, it's Piranha Tank, and all the other districts have, it's my opinion, but enough already. We're a city that tries to exceed the bare minimum services and provide excellence across both our core services and sort of adjacent communities. We do that already, and I just like to boil this down to, let's form as a goal for this coming year. Let's figure out how to use the new money. That's the goal. We don't need to figure that out today.
No, but you guys would be okay, like having a council work session where you get some information and some options for how you could do that.
That's my preference. I don't, I'm not gonna speak to everybody else, but I don't want to start over with random community surveys. We've done that. We've got the Vision 2040.
Yeah.
And they've got counselors they can call, so just get on with it.
Roger in the back had his hand up. If you don't mind.
We don't typically take questions from the audience, if you guys want to make an exception.
Give them 3 minutes.
All right.
So from a public point of view, this is found money. This is extra. We assume that we're budgeting for all the things you have to do for regular tax. This is money that does not depend on a bond issue passing or any kind of change in the tax structure. And it's gonna be here for a long time. As a public, I think we want to see designated special things. So when it all gets done, we don't say we just dumped it into the community coffers and dealt with it. here are the things that we accomplished because of it. Some of that can be used very well for offsetting matching money from government grants, for instance. We can leverage that into even more development. But it would really be, I think, with all due respect to Darcy, I really don't want to see it dumped in the general fund and get diluted out. I want to see things accomplished with this. It's a resource that no other cities really have.
Well, then are we gonna start parsing out all the other ones too, or?
This is different than any other, all the rest come from regular tax monies.
Okay, let's, I wanna stay on track here, Scott.
I was just gonna, he makes a good point. I think people ask that question all the time. What is going to be done for us? And one of the things we point to is this building and the residential housing, you know, so we can, it is a good thing to have something we point, hey, this is directly a result of having Google in our community.
Not only do they ask what they're doing for us, they say that Google is doing nothing for us.
Exactly.
Ron?
Going back a few years before we divided the money into all these districts like we're having to do now. The city and the county made the decision and they did special projects. We did the tunnel under the freeway to give us access to the port. We did the additional fire station out on Columbia View Heights. We donated money to the high school to help with their painting and landscaping project. Those projects would not have been done had they been dumped into the general fund. So I like the idea of having special projects that have, for lack of a better word, a little romanticism to the community. That they actually make the headlines of something the city has done for them. That's of value. Maybe a Veterans Memorial Park as part of our plaza downtown that we're talking about, because our only veterans area is clear up on top of the hill. Maybe we need something down near the center of town. So, I mean, there's different things we can do that would really stand out to the citizens that company out there on the port contributed to directly, and that we use those funds to accomplish it.
So I think we're back to having a work session.
Yeah. In charge, we don't need a bunch of.
Where you guys get to, where it's with the city council, maybe it's a series of work sessions, but it's a very structured thing. Discussion where you get to talk about potentially special projects, potentially infrastructure reserve funds. You'll get all the options, and maybe there's some examples from other jurisdictions and how they maybe some practices that were helpful to them to meet community vision. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So for clarity from my side.
Yes.
Just to reiterate Ron's point, that again, that work session is not an opportunity for the community to come and pitch their pet project.
Correct.
Right? It's not going to be a fight over the projects of 2024. It's a discussion about the strategic use of these funds to meet the core mission of the city and provide wins for the
Okay. I'm just capturing it right now. It's fiscal sustainability and planning. If you don't like that title, come see me during the week.
There's a problem with getting some input in some manners, but we end up making that decision.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is it's not only council decision, council center participation, and well, all of our council meetings invite input, and our budget process invites input. We're not going to make community representation a part of the board.
I don't want the fire district coming here and telling us if they do the fire station. We've already had this. City center, in my opinion, city center discussion. And we can invite partners as appropriate, but yeah, we don't want the brand. I don't want the product.
Do we have a majority on that? I wanna move past this. So can I just hear from council if you are in favor of having public involvement as part of this process, this work session process? Please.
What I'm hearing is it's a council, city council decides it, city council presides over it.
Yes.
But we're not going to prevent people from coming in and giving their normal input that we have normal input at city council meetings.
Yeah.
Or the budget.
Nothing above and beyond the regular public.
It has to be in the view.
Yes, yes, definitely that. It's a public meeting, but nothing above and beyond just a normal public comment period. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hearing majority of yes, thank you. Okay, let's take a break. Let's take 10 minutes. 15.
15 minutes, because you guys did so well.
And I cut your lunch short. as far as modernize it, standardize it, engage, enable it. This feels really specific, so I wanna have some conversation around this one, if this is something that needs to be called out specifically, or if it's, if it would be captured in here, and that's something that staff might work on as a result of getting this. Oh yeah, opened all the doors to get some airflow in here, because it was really hot. And still had like some burrito smell left over. So I wanna talk about this one a little bit. And then you guys talked about transparency and communication and community engagement and transparency and using tech to improve. So it felt like this piece of modernization could also be categorized here. And then as far as modernization and infrastructure, building maintenance and repair and a city facility master plan. That certainly could be part of making sure you have the right facilities in place to support the organization in the future. How do you feel about this grouping as far as the goal of modernizing the government? Is it missing the point?
I think it's not real clear on the cloud tech.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about how to.
To me, that means the place to store all your archive.
Is it important that this is called out as a separate action?
So I think it is only in that, it's a very, the way you architect the cloud storage is very important for how it's accessible and how it's expandable, meaningfully so, and how secure it is. And so we still host a lot of applications locally here. And so that gets you into server patching, security, lifecycle replacement, managing your VLAN, all of the connectivity to it, where all of that stuff can be done in the cloud now. But if you sort of ad hoc or haphazardly approach your cloud strategy, it gets messy really quick. And so thoughtful implementation is what I was talking about there.
Yeah.
And I do think that things are going towards the cloud, and so it's probably time to think about it.
Would the council ever touch that? If the council were to tell you guys, all right, this is a priority for you guys to modernize, standardize, engage, enable your technology, and we're going to allocate some budget for it, would they ever have to touch this project?
Only over a certain amount of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, from a policy perspective, you might have approved a budget item, but it's, you know, if you put this in your goals, then you could expect that something like this is coming to approving the budget.
To answer that question, maybe a lot of dollars to it. Though I feel like we already answered this pretty recently when council approved or gave consensus to the reorganization and hiring into IT. I mean, that was, if not explicitly, implicitly understood that we're going to have a more robust and thoughtful technology.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have some sort of IT strategic planning that would absolutely include something like this. To prioritize your investments in IT, yes, maybe?
Yeah, so with the IT department, you know, one of the aspects of that is, I mean, this is our leadership team here for staff, right? We're all department heads, we have the expertise and professionalism for each of our sectors and whatnot. We're sitting around a table like this, we're also leaders of the organization. So for many years now, IT was not directly represented at that level. So having an IT department, that department head, who's home sick today, would be there having those conversations, make sure there's that strategic, holistic approach across the city. Present when the leadership team is batting ideas around at its inception, not down the road of, oh yeah, we're onboarding this software now, but you're gonna need to support it. That's the first time you do it.
Yeah, what I was thinking for this goal area, what you could do, and again, it's in an effort to try and keep council we don't want them to get into the weeds of your implementation, because that certainly sounds like a very important and worthy effort, but it sounds also very administrative aside from the budget allocation. So what I would encourage you to consider for shaping up this into a policy level goal is the goal could be to modernize city government with a focus on staff recruitment and retention, technology modernization, standardization, and engaging and enabling it, and then improving your communications and engagement. Like those would be the three focus areas directed by the city council, and then staff, you would figure out how to implement that accordingly, likely a piece of that. How do you feel about that?
The area that I frankly just pause a moment is attract and retain staff recruitment and retention. And I don't know if we have a staff and recruitment retention issue solely because of old laptops, for example. Just to really just be blunt about it.
You're right, those two things seem like a little different flavor there.
Okay. What do we do with this one? Is this something
Well-
that you need council direction on? It's obviously something that's important to providing your services, but I'm just wondering.
Doesn't feel like a goal for 2024 as so much as like, do this always, be really mindful of it, keep doing that forever. Yeah, like, get good people in and be like, do that thing. Okay, all right.
But almost like a result of the other items.
Well, maybe for some additional context specific to the city. In the last year and a half, we renegotiated 2 union contracts. In particular, one of the union contracts and then the exempt pay scale was based on a compensation philosophy to address some of these issues. And I think that was, Dave mentioned it, taking a good swing at it. From a pay perspective, benefits are good, but from a pay perspective, we took a good swing at it this last year. We're still having difficulties, just like everybody else is. So outside of pay and benefits, I mean, I don't know if there's a big target to.
There might be some discussion around, could there be consideration of relocation? You know, maybe there's some pieces that would be part of the conversation with the council that could improve the city's position for this kind of, those are kind of things that come to mind for me, because we are in now that 2.5, 3-year grace period, but where we aren't going to be talking about union contracts.
Right.
The exempt pay plan comes up before the council every year. But maybe there is an opportunity if the council's interested in having some other conversations. What else could we do if it's not specifically the wage issue to help attract the employees that we're trying to get for the organization when we're facing all these retirements?
Is that part of, but that's not necessarily part of modernization, that feels like something different.
To me, it does.
Yeah, okay. So for modernization, these things, and then the building maintenance, doing a facilities master plan, which would probably include a look at building maintenance and needed repairs.
You could probably take that one, I wrote that, you could probably take maintenance from repair off. And that, I guess I presume that it would be, that facilities master plan. And that's like a very specific goal that we're suggesting, right? City facility master plan. Do that.
Well, that's an action. What's the outcome? Why is it important?
So that we have more of a strategic view of what we have and what it's going to need to be taken care of in advance.
I mean, it fits under provide infrastructure. I mean, I guess I would consider city facilities.
Okay, I'm gonna push back on this though, because I was gonna pick apart provide infrastructure too. You are a city, you do provide infrastructure. What's the goal? What's the outcome that you're driving towards? Again, this is the part where I get annoyed. Sorry.
No, I'm saying the outcome that I would like as a counselor is for my staff to write the city facility master plan.
Why?
Because we don't have one, and it would make sense to have an overview of what we have, what we think we're gonna need, what the costs are. And not do it in a patchwork fashion, but do it in a sort of more cohesive fashion.
Okay.
I think the objective there would be so that you could identify life cycle of what we do have so that we could then later know what we're budgeting for and why.
Asset management.
It's a little bit more than asset management in terms of master plan, because you're also trying to plan for and provide the future needs, for the future needs of the community.
Okay.
You want to keep your existing infrastructure maintained to a serviceable level.
Yeah.
And meet those future needs of the community. And have that kind of place to have resources identified and available. That's what we do that's what I had in mind for my infrastructure.
Right.
It's not a static thing, right?
we have it, some of it's 100 years old, we need to plan for its replacement, so we continue that.
You guys have a capital improvement plan.
We have, so for each of our, infrastructure pieces as far as water, storm, sewer, streets, we each has our own master plan.
Right.
I think the facility master plan that's alluded to up there, correct me if I'm wrong, is some of the city buildings like City Hall.
Yeah.
And those other facilities that don't currently have a master plan associated with them. Is that what the thought was with?
Yes.
I think that is
It's
the
to-
thought, and possibly to include some of the context for the others, but certainly, yes.
I was just gonna add, yes, I think there's 3 buckets to this, right? There are the public works infrastructure, there's the city facilities, meaning our buildings infrastructure, and then there's our public infrastructure. The dock, park, streets, other streets, and those other elements. Those are like the 3 categories to me that all need maintenance, they all need to be taken care of, and if we wanna build more, if we wanna do more for the community, we gotta make sure that we're taking care of them.
And I believe to like put an accurate performa together, we need to have that master plan in place to be able to show which year we're going to be doing that project to make sure that we have those funds available.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the goal is bigger than just a facility master plan. I understand, I've done a facility master plan, I understand the logic behind it. But you also had a lot of conversation about, so we talked about, we've updated all of our infrastructure master plans for the next 20 years, and this, including the airport, and this aligns with this whole fiscal planning piece. So we're doing like long-term capital plans. I'm just wondering if it's something, if it's a bigger thing than just a facilities master plan. That's what I was trying to push for, to see if that's what you're working towards, because that's a different goal than just saying, we want to do a facilities master plan. Okay. That's fine if that's the goal, but if we're missing the point, if it's something bigger than that, then let's capture that.
Yes, to your point, I mean, the city facility master plan is a project.
Yes,
That's a project.
we hire people, they do
Just
it.
like updating our water master.
Right.
Why are we doing that?
It feels like it's at a different level than some of the other stuff you guys have talked about. That feels very project specific, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's very important, but it's like, what do we need to do? You know, conduct long-term infrastructure planning and align it with resources. Is that what we're doing? Is that the goal that you want to focus on over the next couple of years? And the facilities master plan is a key component of that?
So I think you're right, the planning process itself is a project, it's a deliverable. But then the goal is to be sure that we allocate the resources to be able to actually implement those plans over their life.
Yes.
And I think that's to me, that's a bigger philosophical commitment than having a plan and it, lives on your shelf.
Yeah, so once you have a plan, you have to figure out what to do with it.
Yeah, and the devil's in the details of actually doing it, right?
Yes.
So I think the goal would be trying to allocate resources to actually implement plans over time, and that's coordinating a number of different plans over a number of different years.
Yeah, that's an asset management.
It's asset, yes, and it's also system enhancement.
Yes.
Once you have an asset you're managing, you also have to plan for the additional assets you need building to serve you.
Okay. Council, how are you feeling about that as a goal? So the facility master plan is a component of that, but it's a little bit higher level, it's a little bit bigger of identifying all the long-term capital needs and aligning resources to. It's gonna tie in really closely probably with what you're gonna do down here. There's a lot of connection there. Yes? You support that, or is it, you don't have to, it's just
I just wanted to comment because what you just explained is exactly what you've done during your tenure. And it's been effective in planning and implementation, and, we've seen the benefits.
And I think we've been able to do that because it's been a priority of the city council.
By the infrastructure. Right. So, yeah, it does work.
So strike the facility plan. Perfect.
the component,
Right.
it's the goal under it.
That's useful, but yeah, I guess the larger idea is let's have a roadmap for the things that we think physical things we are going to want to spend money on.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's.
Which is a little bit larger, right?
Yes.
That's what you were
That's
trying to
the
get.
one, that's what I was pushing for.
Yeah,
The Grand McNally.
Okay, there's the nod.
Yeah,
I'm in
okay,
agreement.
all right, is there any head shaking? Or you don't take official votes in here, but I will,
No,
look for
no.
direction. Maybe it was skeptical.
So that's just my natural.
Okay, all right, and that's what's gonna do. Okay, so. The goal here is, what did we call it? I'll wordsmith it later, but it's long-term capital planning. Or infrastructure planning. And resource alignment. A component of that is the city facility master plan. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, great. We're gonna save this one till, so then the technology one, to close the loop on that. This is modernize the organization, modernize the city organization. And it's,
That's the technology that we're using. Use those 5 version cloud.
and that also includes technology that supports communication and engagement,
Yes,
yes?
yes.
Modernize the technology.
Across the enterprise.
Focusing, in my opinion, on the 911 center, because that's the center.
And that includes, this is related to that. And then the communication and engagement. Yes, this is another goal area. Any of this? Let's see. Let's shift over to housing. Okay, so I was looking at these. I think the common theme here is about increasing the housing supply and options. Or you could say options, diversity, and there's a couple key things under here. Housing, develop housing policies that encourage development, evaluate your SDCs, and work with your regional partners.
Josh was in our group, and I asked him, I said, do you feel that we are doing everything we can within the law, of course, to make it attractive for developers to want to build housing? And that led into the rest of it.
Yeah.
It led into the SDC discussion. It led into the, supply demand thing. And that's how we came up with maybe we should, if nobody else will do it, the city should take a leadership role and come up with ideas to make our community more attractive to housing development. And I think we didn't eliminate any aspect of housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, decent housing, which is being built up by Cirrhosis Park right now, that kind of.
I'm assuming you guys have a housing needs analysis and inventory.
Funny you should ask.
Yeah, it was recommended for approval by planning commission last night.
Oh, okay.
City council, first month of December.
So it's almost done.
Yeah. And then we'll start a housing production strategy. We've got a grant from DLCD to assist in that. So we're gonna be doing a housing production strategy 2020.
So this is in line with. Nothing that's being raised here is out of line with what's in that body of work.
Right, no, and I mean, we've had a series of code that we've been amending our code pretty substantially for housing in the past 3 to 5 years, and we still find ourselves not building enough housing. So it's what can we, at least Mark was talking, how can the city assist with that? The city we're not home builders at the city level, but how can we assist with that? How can we there's all, there's like the land trust idea, there's so many different things that we could assist with, we've already changed the codes to make it maybe easier to develop. But there always are barriers to building more housing.
Well, actually, one of the subjects that did come up is to the extent that private developers, for whatever reason, are not building housing, should the city take on the development?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a recommendation in any of the reports that you guys have been working on?
No, it's probably something to be addressed in that production strategy.
But you guys haven't done that yet.
No, haven't done that. But like I said, I mean, we've had when it comes to density, we've greatly increased the density in the Dalles, with, pretty substantial gains on that. And it's, we've made it, we've had the ability, for ADUs and duplexes and, we're still just not seeing as many units. My opinion is I would like to see every year. I think in the Dalles, there's typically that's like stereotypical house being built in the Dalles, like 3-bedroom, 2-bath, but not every. We don't always need 3-bedroom, 2-bath units. We need all types of housing from studio to 5 bedrooms. But there's really it seems to be like that type of housing is what we typically see come through the door. I don't know the last time we had a large scale multifamily development in Dallas. We just, the agency, the rental agency just funded $1.6 million for a very large multifamily development, but following that meeting, we still haven't seen an application to go through land use. So I don't know if anybody caught last time we built multifamily.
Market rate was 77. But other than that, I think it's all that's how they more
Okay. Well, so policies that encourage development, that this would help with that, right? And then, and maybe that's taking on the role in the developer role. You guys could work on that as part of that effort. Evaluating your SDCs to see if that's a barrier to housing, to increasing your supply. Work with regional partners. I think it's fine to put this up there. It's not really a measurable thing. So I don't know if you guys want to give some clear direction to staff. Or if staff has questions about that, it just feels a little squishy.
I mean, I think it goes back to that question about the city being a developer. There are entities or house partners. Mid-Columbia Housing and Cascade Housing Corp. They develop, build, and manage housing. So
that's McCat.
Mid-Columbia Housing, MCH.
Cascade. And what was the other one?
Well, so Mid-Columbia Housing and Cascade Housing Corp are kind of one of the same.
Okay.
Two arms of the same entity.
Cascades on the Washington side.
Now, for other partners that actually build houses. I don't know if there are any other ones, but there are a couple other agencies. Yeah, Habitat for Humanity. There's a couple other entities that help people get into housing, but not about housing.
that was part of our discussion in our group, with those organizations are workforce housing or to see if they're not in market rate housing development. They want to go over that or something. They want to go into reduction to that long way.
And I would say Mid-Columbia Housing comes out one project. 8 years.
Yeah.
What do other cities do as far as like reaching out to developers, or is that, that happens?
They're actually own the city land, and then they can direct what would happen on that land, and then what to developers.
Yeah, there was a city down in Southern Oregon that did that
We don't
too.
own land in abundance like that.
Yeah.
So that's what that other was in, so they directed it low income or moderate income development there, work with the contractors. But they own the land.
We could explore that, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's wise or prudent or et cetera, but it's possible. There's money, yeah, there's money to be done.
One of our other local government partners has a number of parcels throughout town and residential zones that are currently undeveloped. Would be opportunity for discussion with them.
But we're not in control.
We're not in control of it all.
They don't say what we would like to see there, but it's up to them.
Is the council interested in land acquisition to help increase housing supply or exploring that?
I'm interested in your study that you're gonna do and finding out.
Okay, so maybe as part of that study, you guys could look at some of these things, this kind of gives a little bit of additional direction.
Yeah.
So maybe we just put that in there, is complete the, what's it called, the housing supply,
Housing production.
housing production.
That was property up on, whatever the 14th Union.
But that's what it's going for.
Pretty big. Dog Parker housing, because.
Okay, how do you guys feel about this as like a housing goal? Give it some direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. We're happy with that? Okay, almost there.
I just have one brief question on.
Yeah, please.
I think it behooves us to be mindful of. We could do all that. And what we expect to come of it. With the land that we have within our urban growth boundary, and how we can incentivize housing. The demand regionally across the country may still outstrip any ability of us to produce enough housing, for example, to make the price go down. It may not go up as fast, or it may flatten, or it might go down a little bit. Ripples that we see coming out of Portland and the Pacific Northwest, everybody's moving here. The demand is so intense, I think we just need to be realistic about this.
Keep sending that message
I
to
don't think there's
California,
anything
like it's
wrong.
on fire, stop coming. They have a good strategy in Bend where they deter, the
I don't think there's
outsiders.
anything wrong with having our housing costs go up slower. I think that's a worthy.
Yeah,
And I agree wholeheartedly, I'm just managing that.
expectations. All right, a couple more areas to deal with. I just wanna, I'm gonna probably make you guys do a prioritization exercise because you've got a lot of goals up here. This is a lot of stuff to work on and thinking about this, you know, people retiring and how much capacity does staff have to move all of this forward? I think is a good question. So we'll want to do a check-in with staff to see how realistic all of this is before we have everybody sign off on it today. Okay, still a couple things to deal with. So tree canopy feels very, very specific. Can we just talk a little bit about this one?
Burn it down.
Helpful. How about just come back? Well.
Is this a major, I just want to know, like, in comparison to all of the other stuff you guys are working on, if this is a really high priority for the whole group this year.
Well, that's the first time you've asked that question for any of this stuff.
Well,
so-
we're gonna do, there were themes, this one just, it was very much a one-off.
Yeah.
The other ones, there were multiple ones, so I felt really comfortable
Well,
being like, there's.
It definitely goes under infrastructure in my mind.
Okay,
Yeah, that was my argument to my team. Trees are infrastructure. We have invested money, all of us, I believe Rod included, voted yes for some amount of street tree program. And I'm saying, yes, let's expand it a little bit, by finding out what we have and see what next steps might be.
Are you talking about citywide or not just downtown?
I was thinking to expand it a little bit to be negotiated.
again, this is a really specific deliverable. And so if we're gonna add something really specific under the goal of infrastructure, I wanna make sure the whole council's on board with it. Or at least the majority of you. So first, I think it's probably important to agree that it goes under infrastructure. Yes? Any questions? I'm seeing some like avoid eye contact. I will come find you.
It certainly affects infrastructure.
Yes, okay.
These are infrastructure.
Infrastructure, yeah.
Well, it seems like we've tried in the past and we haven't had much success in survival of the trees.
You guys just voted.
My wife said, you did what? We don't spend any money on trees, so I've changed my opinion.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, how about the other three of you? You know what I think? You know what Rod thinks? How about the other three of you?
$200,000.
That's good money, yeah.
I love our lights downtown on the poles, so it's a great.
Okay.
If it's helpful, Sarah,
Yes,
a little
please
bit,
give me
a little bit of
context, so I can know how to get us through.
we had a climate resiliency committee, I may have got the wrong, but we had a climate committee that delivered a report. That
Yes.
Talked about the importance of trees, in particular from a climate perspective.
Right.
We have a beautification committee who has prioritized trees. We have a small grant program where residents can get a tree. They've talked about doing an inventory of the heritage trees that we have here.
Okay.
And then we do have a project underway to replace the downtown street trees, which have languished and have not been successful for whatever reason.
Okay.
So this new project is endeavor to replace them. Again, it kind of goes back a little bit to infrastructure where we put in this streetscaping on Second Street and it included tree wells. We have dead trees there. So either the trees are gonna be there and they're gonna be successful, or we're gonna take them out and we're gonna fill the wall, the wells with concrete. Again, if we have something, we're gonna take care of it, it's gonna be successful, or we're going to remove it. So that's some of the initiatives or projects, it's free category that we've undertaken.
Okay.
And my argument, hopefully more or less consistent with some of my other comments in other areas is, let's take a big picture view of this particular area where we're looking at it in sort of patchwork fashion. And look at it in sort of a little bit more context. That's the inventory. Whether you call it a strategic plan or whatever.
I need some others from the council to weigh in on
Well, I
this.
share Dan's enthusiasm for trees. There's no question about it. It sounds like we've got all kinds of things going on with trees right now. We've got the beautification committee looking at it. We've got the downtown trees, the tree canopies, the grant programs, and so I definitely think trees should be a high priority, but it sounds like we're on our way to.
We're already doing it.
Making it happen.
Okay, so I'm hearing the two of you are not interested in adding anything else to the plate.
I don't think we need to add anything new, we've already done it.
Okay,
We're doing it now.
all right, I want to hear from some others.
Doing it now, not a high priority.
Okay.
I want visible growing trees in the downtown. But if it's being accomplished and not one of the priority goals up here. We have higher priorities, people's lives.
For the love of Pete, we're jumping to prioritization and just answering the question. Should we think about it in sort of a more of a strategic or community-wide?
I want to be fair to the ground rules that we set, and which was about stuff moves forward with consensus or majority. And I don't hear a majority of folks that want to.
I've heard 2 yes, 2 no's, and
I've
2
heard
quiet.
I've heard 3.
Ambiguous.
I kind of need we need like to know so that we can, because I don't want to, we can't stay here all day and debate it. I hear that trees are important, but there's also a lot of other things that are up there that are important. And so I really just need to know what to do with this one specific thing.
Yeah.
At this time.
I'll just say once again, we've already tackled that, let that group go forward. These are future goals, future goal planning. To add that on there again, seems like doubling up. We've done it. Don't make a lot of this year.
Okay, Darcy.
Well, I think to me it falls under, we're trying to update all of our infrastructure plans, and so we know how we want to spend our money in the future, not necessarily just this year. And so to me, it makes sense to do the study now, so we have all of those pieces together. We may not go forward with spending money on trees now, but I think it makes sense to do a study.
Scott, tiebreak us.
Well, like Matt was saying, these things, and I was specifically talking about the ones downtown, and the tree wells that weren't having success with.
Yeah.
So there's, and I try to see what we can do to make those thrive better. And then,
With the contracts we awarded earlier this year, spring, we'll have a contractor come out, rip out the dead ones, fix the wells hopefully, or they need to be fixed, or plant new ones, and be responsible to maintain.
So that's kind of like Rob said, it's kind of a taken care of already, just being addressed. The goal, I don't think.
We're gonna parking lot it.
I buy into that.
Okay.
But I want them to survive and live.
I know it's hard, this is we opened the retreats this year, this is the second tree
And we have to put water out on the.
We're gonna parking lot this one for now, cause yes, trees are very important, I heard that across the board.
Yeah.
But I don't wanna, is it something that we're restating, or, cause I wanna be able to move on?
I think it's something that maybe it's a neutral thought for this. We will also be starting up this use of this tree plotter program. That came from the beautification committee, so it's an opportunity for us to actually go through and start logging all of our trees in the city, being able to monitor
No
that. Well, we're going to start, yeah, we'll be presenting something to this committee on Monday. And it's this, I've already gotten Katie and I got a tutorial on it, and it's basically going through and it's using GPS, and you'll go through and you just kind of click all the trees.
If you say the next year or 2 or 3, we'll have it in inventory more or less.
Definitely for downtown, for the new downtown trees, but from there, it's going to kind of branch out. I know our beautification committee is.
All right.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna declare victory in your face. We're getting it anyway.
One team. Okay.
It's a little late in the day.
All right, let's deal with these two. So we have this define core mission of city government. And I remember this was kind of related to whatever, some of the more social service aspects, things that cities are getting into, but I'm not sure where it fits. So we've got this one, we have this attract and retain great city staff, which could be its own thing, or I don't know if it rises to the same level, I'm not sure. Then we have all these things around enhancing livability, and I think this is its own thing. But anyway, let's start with these two and then we should make our way over there. Define core mission of city government. Say more about that. Why would this be important? What are we trying to achieve?
Yeah, mission statement. Yes.
We did John Webb, I'm working together, I know, because I suggested that, but.
So it's on our website.
I can look it up quickly.
You have to define it any more than that.
What I just, something to toss out, what I've always found helpful, myself, and I think for staff and talking with constituents, is your basic food pyramid, right? And instead of food, obviously, the layers of the pyramid represent the different core mission or aspects of the city, starting at the base with infrastructure, public safety, and moving.
Yeah, the city of Bend has a graphic that they use that defines their core services. We had a conversation in Hillsborough where it got really awkward about, they're all essential core services, how could you say any of them aren't, but. So there's different philosophies on this, but there are like the basic, most essential things that cities are expected to provide. And so I don't know where this ties in, or why it's more important to talk about it, but that's not totally clear.
So I think in our group, we're talking about that, as well as with all entities that come and either ask for things or even things that are legitimately good ideas, but it's just not the core mission of the city.
Yeah.
So I think finding and expending our dollars and effort on those things that are within our control.
Does staff have a problem with that, or does it happen more at the council level? I mean, it's.
So my way of thinking about it is our community provided input on a community vision. And that vision is what they want this community to look like in the future. with that in mind, I think the city manager primarily is the point person who then defines what the mission is in order to meet that community vision. And then the council's goals empower that mission. And then the work that city staff do to achieve those goals ultimately achieves the mission. And so really defining the city mission is a function of our chief executive officer. Not a council goal per se.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, elected officials have certainly had discussions around this. Oftentimes it's tied to the fiscal conversations. But through this framework that you're creating, I asked the question, are we having a challenge? Is this challenging at the council level or at the staff level? Oftentimes it's challenging at the council level because you get inundated with requests. Talked about your Shark Tank experiences earlier. Where it's hard to say no because they are all important things. But if you have say we get out of this exercise with a goal framework and you have your priorities that you've set, I mean, you could take that and hold each other accountable using that. So that when new things come up and say, well, we'll put that on the parking lot for the next year for consideration, but this is what the council, this is our focus right now. These are our priorities. And if you guys decide to fund a different priority, you have to have a conversation about what's coming off the list, right? You don't have unlimited funds. I don't know, not a lot of people funds coming your way, but I understand you're not here yet, so. That seem okay? Are you guys okay taking that off? You can hold each other accountable to that kind of a framework? Staff, does that kind of address any concerns maybe? Or I don't know where this came from, council or staff, but.
I guess the only clarity I would seek is, I'm reading core mission and maybe I'm blending it with core services. And so, I think staff has a very good grasp on what our core services are as represented as we're all department heads of a particular department. That's the service we provide. When there's interaction, I think with council is whether or not we want to expand that, as you said a moment ago, or let some of them go. We're kind of unique here at Dallas where we don't have parks, we don't have fire, we don't have court, we don't have animal shelter services. We could take those on or think about taking them on in one way or another, but those are pretty big moves that, result in big expenditures. And, staff can, of course, put a recommendation and a rationale as to why we would take on or let go of a particular core service. But without the council supporting that.
So you guys, okay. You can go up first.
I don't want to miss an opportunity. Do you remember the time when you go to the DMV and you were mistreated and you didn't want to go back because you felt like staff was so abusive and you'd leave and swear you'd never go back? Well, those have changed because they had a change in their core values and their personnel. And I think in our city, we do a very good job in treating people that come into the door and as customers and service. But I think that component also needs to be addressed to all of the employees down the line, that I don't want to be associated with a city that's, has kind of an attitude when people go in. They're our customers and we need to serve them. And I just, because we were discussing this, I just wanted to say that for all of you, that it's important that all of your staff, and all of them do, but when one or two don't, believe us, we hear about it, because they report the either abuse or neglect. So I think as a city, we do a really good job, but we have to keep that in mind as we move down the road, right? Okay, that's all I had to say.
Okay, so are we okay with letting this one go for now? And we'll see how the framework operates this year and you guys can decide if there needs to be more in-depth conversation on it next year. Okay. Throw it in the park.
Yep.
Okay, what about attract and retain Creighton City staff? Obviously very important. We had a lot of conversation about the challenges around that. We also talked about, how these challenges are similar to what's being faced in other communities, but it's good timing because you're not bargaining right now that could do stuff with something with it.
Yeah, I think that's my goal. not necessarily a council goal, but I do think several of those other things that we've identified influence our ability to attract and great for you, the economic development, the housing.
These things are all contribute to
They all
being successful.
contribute to that, being success or not,
Okay,
but I don't necessarily say that.
There's internal factors and there's external factors. What you're hitting on, the external factors. Every employer in the city is faced with the external factors like good schools,
yeah,
good hospital, good medical care, etc. The internal factors we do have control over, and that is having a leadership team in place that people like to work for, and increasing our salary and benefit levels, which we've got already. So
okay. So then the other stuff, you feel comfortable, you've got that in your work plan, you'd be okay taking this off the list?
Kind of more like a, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I don't think I'd be quite that quick to take it off the list.
Okay, yeah, it's
As if it's as a council, i.e. a city goal to attract and retain, I think just by having that listed in the goals, it speaks publicly to the fact that, hey, yes, we are going to do everything we can to keep our staff, trained, happy, compensated, and working here as an employer of choice. And so even if it's just to acknowledge that as a goal, I think it still serves a purpose.
Yeah, it certainly elevates it.
I think we're help you provide some guidance in terms of staff preparation of budget, seeing those training budgets included, or I'd say there's discussion of other benefits that aren't directly the monthly compensation or the benefits. It creates a priority or allows an opportunity for the council to spend some time on these things.
We do have work to do in that area. We have positions that we're recruiting for that get virtually no applicants. And so something needs to change to make sure that we're staffed to do the work that the city's charged to do.
Administrative.
It is it is administrative to an extent, but it's also sometimes by elevating something, it does help to speak to its importance. So, and there could be policy decisions related to when you adopt your budget, if the council's interested in putting more resources into that. So I guess that's where, when you think about how these goals are going to translate into the budget that staff brings back to you for approval, if you put this goal in there, there's an expectation that there's resources dedicated to moving it forward, and we need to decide what the, kind of give some guidance on what are what staff should consider as part of that.
So one example would be last year created a cross-functional group from different departments. Their own thing. JDI committee helps to organize staff appreciation. They help organize the holiday party that's coming up, an ice cream social that I missed earlier this year. And so knowing that that's a priority supports efforts like that and would support allocated resources for those special events. I'm not saying someone's going to apply to our organization to do an ice cream social, but I think that's appreciated by other staffers. We acknowledge that hard work and trying to create a pleasant place to be.
I guess there's any fuzziness in my own mind, and I apologize, it's confused from my own participation, but a little fuzziness between what is it that we're hoping staff will accomplish specifically above and beyond delivery of core services in the coming year, i.e. Can't be studied or whatever, versus sort of overarching goals going forward. And if it's really big picture, if we really want to make sure we have the really big picture philosophy or ideas, then the attract and retain great staff is right up there. It's like the heart of the mission, right? At least it has been my time on council. We've made a lot of decisions consistently towards that end. And I think hopefully we will continue to do that. City government is our staff, and to the extent that we can recruit and retain and treat them really really well, and that's gotta be a high level, consistent goal.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this?
What's the downside of having a goal of attracting and retaining great staff?
I think with
No
cost,
downside to it, it doesn't necessarily.
The only thing, when you go,
Okay, so when you think about this framework, one of the things that you'll need to do is come back and report progress on it. So if there's not something actionable up there, it's really hard to report back on it. And that's, I guess that's where it gets a little awkward. It's like, what's the actionable thing here?
that's a very good point.
And we filled all of our empty slots within X number of months.
Were we able to fill all
Yeah.
of our vacant spots?
Right, it's not necessarily, you didn't do that, it's our organization.
Can't fill slots, but have applicants, so I mean. I think there's always gonna be management opportunity to review position descriptions, review work assignments, review compensation and benefits. And find out where are we in the market and are we attracting the right people? And as an ongoing goal, I just think it'd be a good thing, but if nobody else is interested in allowing us to take the parking lot, that's fine.
I think it, but I also think it has value, and I think in terms of the budget and reporting back, it can be, we provided these training opportunities in the course of the year. We were able to advance these employees through these levels of certification as they receive training opportunities and met those educational requirements. I mean, that's how I can see it working.
And I want to report back on how many people are leaving because they're unhappy. Because we've had a lot of people leave and we haven't had any report on why.
So it's about professional and development investment, employee recognition programs.
Socials.
No, I'm just.
I'm not trying to steer it one way or the other. I just think it can get squishy, so giving it some specifics so that staff knows what to come back and report back to the council on what the things are that you care about. I do think this one can go either way. Some places elevate it because it sends a great message that you support staff and care about staff.
Yeah, but if it's about retaining too, we need to have something measurable around that.
Yeah. Not sure what to call it yet. Give it a name in a second. Okay, let's get through the last one here. So this is what's hard for me about livability is it kind of starts to feel like a catch-all. So I wanna encourage you guys to figure out how to give it some focus. So you have in here the downtown plaza, which is something that's specific from the community vision, but it's it sounds like a pretty significant investment that might come out as part of this planning
Plan,
Already
voted.
Oh, it's already happening? Oh, okay, then that would definitely make sense to be in there. It's already happening. Okay. Traffic enforcement, safety in downtown, community safety that exceeds public expectations. Within those schools, the school district, school support. Oh, and let's not forget about animal control. Does animal control fit here? This is an important priority for this year. This was kind of a one-off, but if it's gonna, I've seen it live in livability before.
Issue one word.
Yeah, okay,
I think it's important.
Because of community safety.
yeah. See that too. Okay. So if the goal is to enhance livability in the downtown or in the Dalles, it's about a focus, are constructing the downtown plaza, that's happening? Yes? Community safety that exceeds public expectations, which includes It could include the traffic enforcement. I mean, that's more general, so then it kind of gives you some flexibility to do these other safety enhancements. Yes? That,
Animal control and traffic safety.
well, animal control I would put separately, but if
It's programmed within.
they're both programs within the police department, would you want it list? I don't know if it makes a difference, but just having an objective here that's around, or an action that's about, enhancing community safety. And then, addressing animal control.
Well, the animal control issue is much bigger than the police department. Yeah, it's a community. issue.
What are we doing with it? What's the action?
That's the point.
Is it a program? Is it are we doing an analysis?
It's under the jurisdiction of a nonprofit that's floundering
Okay,
financially and otherwise. Am I right?
So the dynamics of animal control is that there is a animal control officer in the police department,
okay,
but we rely on a nonprofit for shelter adoption services.
okay.
That nonprofit's gone through a few things, and so we want to reestablish and maintain, we need to have that shelter service. If I have no interest in spinning up a dog shelter operating under the city. Once that's done, there's also a strong desire to go back and revisit our animal control limits. Predicated, there's some deficiencies in it. There's been concern expressed from constituents about dog licensing, or the lack of any dog licensing in this community, as well as leash laws.
Okay. A lot of stuff.
So, and I think, there's a transition point coming up in the next few months. Whether or not that's up there, it's going to happen, so I think we should put it up there. at some point.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to frame it. What are the right words?
Maybe somehow work the word issues in there, then that broadens it up, animal control.
I'm trying to figure out what the verb is that goes in front of it. How do you make it actionable?
I mean, what we want to see is a better relationship with the nonprofit providing shelter services, more dogs licensed, and better animal control.
Animal control issues, which are all.
Improve animal control. We'll start with improve animal control services.
But the contract, that nonprofit.
Yeah, I'll mess with the wording later. I think I have the intent, so let's not belabor it. What do you guys want to do about the school district piece?
Well, the green lettering is what I wrote, only because to the extent we really think schools are important and we need good schools, and we think the school district might be.
Guidance.
Huh?
Needing guidance.
Yeah, we need some guidance, we need some help.
Do they want your guidance or would they?
Good question.
Again, it just feels like is that measurable? Is it actionable? Are they a willing party?
Well, I think if they're not, we need to find out if they're or not, and then we decide, is this something the city wants to get involved with? I'm very.
Maybe on this one, maybe it's about exploring how the city can support the school district. That's more of like facilitating conversation with them.
Well, I mean, continue our rules and be transparent. I think council was split on the rethinking bond, and we did not support it. We just didn't say anything about it. I made comments, but that was just me. It was not like by council. And maybe that's a question you really need to pose to ourselves. Is this something we as a body are gonna think about, or are we just gonna continue with our individual judgment support or?
Well, are you guys interested in having a conversation with the school district to explore ways that the city can support them?
I'm sure they want to have that conversation. School board,
Okay.
not sure that they do. I voted for the school, by the way. Just so you know.
I will rest easier.
I turned in 3 votes. I don't know who the other 2 people's voted ballots were, but
It was, thank you. I'm glad to hear that, Rob. It was not a critique. It was really.
I don't think we should be voting on political things as a council. I think there's some rules about that.
There's a difference between how you felt about the bond issue and moving forward to help the school district get something together that will pass 51% of the thing.
Yeah.
You know, how people voted the last time around, I did not have a real question, as I see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if the school district would want to help with it.
So I think like the answer to with a split or no on the council, but I think it's because some of us felt that the district didn't want to hear any output or input from. They had kind of had their own way they wanted to go and stood by that. That's the impression I got. They were resistant to decided it must.
What I heard from you guys earlier was that it's a really important partnership. It's important to community livability all around. It's even important to your workforce going in the future. So.
I think the difficulty here is the how. It's do we and if we do how.
Well, that Matthew's so strong in figuring that out.
Right.
Yeah, the direction.
You're a sign.
It's delegated.
There you go.
Well, my fear is that they're not gonna know what the hell to do. My fear is that they are going to flounder and if anything, get something on the ballot in 5 more years, because it took 5 years to get this one out. I don't think this community can afford another 5 years. I think that high school will get condemned for 5 years. So to the extent they're floundering, to the extent that we can't get a straight answer on it, the city should step in, or the county should step in and offer our help, you know, to get some people together and get this thing going again. That's all. Maybe, I don't, you know, how you all feel about it. I don't really.
You know,
Yeah, I think there's a couple of pieces of that fit in with the attract and retain great city staff. Potential employees or potential applicants, particularly those that are going to have children or have children, maybe considering applying for a job. If they know the state of our local high school and they see the result of our recent bond failure to provide a better high school, they're less apt to apply for a job here because they don't want their kid going to school that is run down and is a poor learning environment.
Yeah, I think it's all very interconnected. So, do you guys want to try? Do you want to put it on the list? Is it important to have it on the list? Show that you support the schools? Is it something you could do anyway? Probably. Matthew,
Let me see if this helps, and let me put it another way. The school bond just failed. That's the objective plan for next year. If the school bond, if the schools could get a measure back on the ballot this spring, likely timelines, or in the fall, November, maybe, there's an opportunity for engagement. If they don't put it on the ballot for next year, the next year looks differently. You know what I mean? So if they're not going to get it back on the ballot for a year or 2 or 3 or 4, I think it's just very, very different. So this one might be a little bit harder to nail down with an actionable. So we know what the school district's plan is for the next year. They either try again or they take a pause. Does that make sense?
yeah, I mean, do you want to just put this in the parking lot? It's certainly something you could work on. If you all decide you want to work on that and approach the school district, but I'm not getting clear. It feels like you don't feel comfortable setting a goal around it quite yet, because you don't know where the school district is.
This could be a thing where each of us individually may want to step in and help where we think help might be needed.
Yeah.
For
Start
those
building
of us that
relationships or.
don't want to engage in that, but we have to. I hope something happens. I hope it happens within a year. I'm gonna do whatever I can to see that happens as an individual. I'm not gonna speak for the council or speak for the city, and as an individual, I'm gonna try and make that happen. I think it's maybe an individual decision of everybody in the room.
What if, I don't, yes, I agree, but it might be a yes and. But either or, what if we were to think about a goal contingent on the school district taking action? That said something like, you know, we want to be present in that conversation and support the feasibility, you know, of school facilities or something to that effect. We're not asking our city staff to solve the school district problem, right? Any more than we're asking them to solve houselessness, right?
I mean, this would be, I
But-
feel like these goals help to direct staff, so you'd be asking staff to help facilitate a conversation.
Right, to be engaged in a conversation, to set some number of hours apart. Maybe modest number, but to be there, if there's a conversation to be had. If there's support to be had with school district officials or board or whatever. Maybe it's, how can we, if they decide to go for bond, maybe it's how do we support with infrastructure? How do we support with engaging, community engagement? But it's giving direction.
Should be involved.
Sorry?
I'm not sure the staff should be involved.
Goals and future goals for staff and council. I agree with what Rich is saying. Something like a school bond, et cetera, it's an individual decision. I don't think it's our goal to put that on our list of goals that we want to do as a city council.
Okay, I'm just gonna, do I have a majority of people who wanna put something to the effect on the list?
I'm just looking for a mission statement, but I can't find it.
I found it, it's actually not on your webpage anywhere, it's in your goals package from last year.
Then your goal packet was
I tried to find it, so.
Make a motion. to put it
Everybody.
on.
Okay, are there a majority, I need like a yes to
Are you
put,
saying parking lot or what?
to put it on the parking lot?
I'm in favor, yes.
Okay,
Is it parking lot implied that you're gonna get the equipment?
It's a euphemism for deep sixing the thing.
no, it's not, no, it is not, that's not how we use the parking lot.
Recycle bin.
It's something, it's where it's a valid idea, but it needs to be explored further, it's not ready yet.
Over there with Jonathan.
And Mayor, did you
Just like any other development, we would be there at the table for construction. With or without the.
Okay, so now we have livability, and the only one that we wanna, get a little more specific on is what do you want for in the realm of public safety? You could keep it very general, or we could be more specific about traffic enforcement safety downtown. What's helpful for the police department?
I think at the highest level possible, start directing patrol operations to downtown traffic safety. Then that's a resource question. Because our first obligation is still to answer 911 calls. And staffing, yeah, let us get to a full-time traffic safety officer.
Okay, enhancing community safety, knowing that that's something that's important to the council.
Yep.
Yep, okay.
That's important to me, you know, I
Yeah.
want to get traffic safety too, just because we can.
I mean, it's important to me, I'm gonna drive out of here. I
Yeah.
wouldn't-
I can't fill up 7 more cops, I gotta hire and train them.
Could you be more specific on traffic safety? Are you talking about speeding?
I mean, I wasn't traffic safety.
We have a traffic safety committee, so just by the way we have structured our committee, structure the community, we've said traffic safety. And I'm assigned to it, and I asked them if there's something to take to this goal setting session. What is the one, not 5 things you want me to tell people? And just like across the table, they were like, we want to see traffic enforcement downtown, speeding and traffic enforcement. I said, okay, I'll take it. So I have, okay.
Right. Feels like kind of a lot, 8 goals is more than I would.
What's gonna, they need to be pared back.
Like, this is where we ask staff as far as how is this realistic? Over a 2-year time frame?
I mean, housing and houselessness will blow.
Yeah.
Both times. And fiscal sustainability and planning. Long term.
You could really put all but 2 of those under livability.
But it's still a huge body of work. You could group them however you like. Hey, reduce the total number, it doesn't, when you look at it this way, though, it's a very honest assessment of it's a huge body of work that you all want to do.
I mean, if you prioritize 4 of them, it's natural selection drops a couple. I'm not saying do that, I'm just saying.
Why I'm gonna ask you guys, it's a data point, I'm gonna ask you to do some prioritization just to see what's most important. Why don't we just go with that, let's do some dots.
You wanna get some dots? I love dots. Dots.
Again, this is not designed to be processed.
Like a log.
This is a data point, we can have both staff and council participate, we can give you guys different colored dots, so we know, what's what. And I can give you all, we can each have 4.
Can we put them all in the same thing, or do we?
No, you can't, you could do that. Sometimes you can, for same purposes, no, you would not do that, that would not be very helpful. We have Dan over there at the parking lot, putting them all on tree. I joke.
I think infrastructure would have a lot of dots on it.
I'm joking.
Walmart's.
We have to move on. We could do breakfast or. Yeah, just, or let's just put S's on. Right.
When we do this process, will we have any opportunity to add any discussion?
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna have some discussion after it. Yeah, let's do
Yeah,
that.
but I think it's gonna hit, but
We're ready.
see if there's an opportunity to act.
All right, and then, let's see, Sasha will have the council ones. They're gonna get, they're gonna have to put it on.
Yeah.
Airport, yeah.
I didn't get it.
All right. So where you're putting your dots is on these groupings, okay? So just get your dots, don't make me guess, don't make me explain these rules. Some counselors try and groups try to get really creative and they're like, I gotta put my dot in the middle, so it's like, I don't have to make a decision, like, no, put it next to the title. So we know where the dots are allocated, don't try to get creative. This is a very straightforward exercise, let's treat it as such, go ahead, go up and put your dots on.
I feel like you need to put a box right here.
No, one dot only, one dot only.
No, make it, no.
Can I get a marker up there?
The box is here, so very clear.
Yes, well, that's right. Yeah, getting there.
People are speaking the voice up.
Wow, that's a lot. The long list, don't start adding.
Then when they say it adds 10 pounds on you, it sure the heck does.
How many cameras are actually on here?
Sometimes see.
Yeah, can you guys?
Yes, we are.
Hey,
I don't know.
your fingers off my dogs.
We're gonna keep you posted on the time hire. Focus on the timeline.
Yeah.
I know. Now my feet, I'm like, I got my chip run over.
Yeah.
It's what I it's like the same thing.
Yeah.
Choose this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
It was fine.
And ended up with an egg tile.
I got one more.
Oh,
But anyway. In the last year, at this addition.
I don't believe
When we want to get help, that's the problem.
We know.
Yeah, I don't like it. That would be. Like, all right. That'll be big. I think that might be a little bit harder than start on there. Five of us on one. Two on the houses.
I support your son.
Turn the dial off.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe risk.
Yeah. We need to get it, take care of the
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I am gonna get you out of here by 4 o'clock, so come on back, grab a snack if you need to, stand up if you need to. I know it's late in the day, you get tired. Okay. Thank you. Oh, God. Like, it's so bad. Have a brace in my bag. There's my couch if you need it. Okay, so where did we land here? This one did not get any votes. I know you guys said it's very important, but nobody allocated any dots to it. I think there's a way we can capture it in messaging in the report to highlight its importance without having it be like a separate, because when you say that all of these things are important, then it doesn't really feel like anything is a major priority. If everything's important, that means really important, right? I don't know who came up with that saying, but it's very helpful. So are we okay with letting this go?
Yes.
Yes,
Honorable
council? Yes, okay. On a what?
Honorable mention.
Honorable mention. I'll find a way to capture it in the report. Language and I think whatever gets communicated back to staff, that we can figure out a way to message it so that it is important, but it kind of gets at, we need to report on it back to council, this extra thing, and it kind of dilutes the importance of some of the other stuff that you're working on. And that staff is working on, like, they all know that they have to be working on this, and Daniel's working on this anyway. Okay. The other, let's see, this, we had 12 votes over here. 8 here, 12 here. So houselessness definitely feels like a major priority. This long term, how many do we have here? 12 here. So 1, 2. This one, let's talk about, Kathy and I were having a conversation about this. So modernized technology only got 5. You guys just restructured. Just added a new position there. Do you want to give it a little?
Yeah, so
update
for
on-
me, I mean, I think it's a must. I don't know if it needs to be called out. As a priority, and we organized the IT department. We're all very much aware of cybersecurity risks and whatnot, and we're making efforts on that path. It will be a priority and present at the leadership team meeting. And I think it's a priority for most of the department heads just to do the job day to day. So I don't know if it needs to be identified as a singular priority for the council.
Okay.
Agreed.
You guys okay with letting this go?
Yep.
For now, knowing that it's going to be worked on, and they'll be, as this person gets their feet under them, gets their own strategic plan put together, there may be some major investments that will require city council decision. Okay. What about, so economic development, Matthew and I were having some conversation about this. You could put some of this under livability. What does it, is there anything on here that doesn't feel realistic for the next year?
Event center.
The event center?
That's a multi-year, just like the sports complex concept, that's a multi-year endeavor.
Okay.
And are we running this event center? For example, would be a question that I would have. I don't think it's a bad idea, I'm just saying, is the city.
What is it?
Maybe like this conference center that's bringing in, but then private, like a hotel, maybe get a hotel to event center, and all of that in their housing or their marketing. I don't want to see us get into managing like Seaside, that needs to be a separate entity.
Dane, did you have a comment on this one?
Sure.
That's,
Did you have a comment on?
I was just, in general, that one and the, modernizing tech are a couple of those that I didn't do because I think we've already started down that path. We just hired this year, economic development officer, who's working with, Josh and, both urban renewal and city planning to, economic development. City and modernizing tech, because we revamped our IT department and have someone, as the head of that department that.
so perhaps kind of giving that all a year to work and settle in and.
Yeah, it's things we're already working on, so.
Okay.
That's. It's not coming in after the fact and create a goal around something we're already doing. It's allow the people that are doing it.
Get rolling.
To get rolling and, so that you don't around and.
Okay,
Do it with that.
all right.
Yeah, sorry, economic development, no, one thing and not just because it's my handwriting, but one thing that feels a little different, there's the TRT or rather the tourism budgeting conversation. It's like, what are we doing here? We've got this stream of money. And I wonder if that doesn't fit under the fiscal sustainable. Fiscal sustainability and planning.
Yeah.
Goal.
Could you guys, would it be okay to group that over there?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So we're okay putting this here and letting economic development. Letting that new person get started in their role and dropping that, okay? All right, so I'm hearing a resounding yes on this one. Houselessness is yes, definitely doing all this. Where was our other big one? This one up here. And then we agreed we're gonna let those three go. The housing supply and options. This had 8 votes here and this one had, the livability goal had 9. And I heard some of the stuff is happening. Animal control is happening no matter what. Traffic safety is happening.
My 2 cents from the animal control piece, there's gonna be work on that.
Okay. Do you guys want to keep it up there?
Like, we have more dials to turn under livability than we do under housing stock. But I might be wrong, I'd like to hear city staff think the same thing.
I would say, I mean, you've got 3. You could end up with 4 or you could end up with 5, which is a lot better than how many we had before.
Okay. I would just say that under livability, that there are the traffic safety, the animal control, meeting safety expectations. All of the pieces that with capacity increases, particularly at the police department, that's stuff they're already handling.
That's their daily job.
Right, and then with the animal control, it's really dependent on what happens with the shelter, whether or not to be part of that.
We also had 4 counselors weigh in on that this one was important versus only 2 on the housing supply and options.
For my 2 cents, I was not necessarily with the DOS, but with the small group discussions. A lot of what I was thinking about in terms of livability was related to the homeless.
Okay.
I don't know if that was true for anybody else.
That's me too.
I think housing is something that the city can take leadership on, and a lot of those things like SDCs and partnerships that require us to do it and make an actual effort. So as far as a goal, just it's a big thing in the community too. They understand housing versus something a little more nebulous like livability.
Yeah, I think the only one, these 2 things are definitely gonna happen, it sounds like. The downtown plaza, sounds like there's some preliminary work that's happening on that. Is there more that's already happened, but is there more to come?
Yeah, we've identified the funding, the location.
Well, yes, and design, implementation, size.
Yeah, but it's not a council rule, it's gonna happen at urban renewal.
I can't hear you.
But it's gonna happen at urban renewal.
What's the whole Tony's slab? Would they connected?
No, they're technically 2 separate things.
Yes. Is it important that this is a council goal? Is this gonna happen with or without a council goal behind it?
The downtown plaza.
Yeah.
Well, so the city owns the downtown plaza, so the city will have to be involved. So it's a street right now, so it's a city street, so they'll have to be, urban renewal's gonna pay for it as a concept. We still have to finalize the design. There's an adjacent property we just demoed, where what develops there could complement the plaza. So there's a couple of variables here. The city and urban renewal will have to work together.
So Maggie, would the city continue to move down this path if this were not a council goal? I guess what I'm asking.
I would say yes, because council has said that they're willing to have this conversation already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, do you guys want, I mean, do we keep livability up there? It sounds like you wanna keep housing up there, that feels really tangible and it's important. Can I see some head nods, yes or no? Ron, what are you thinking?
Well, I read, to technology and transparency.
Oh, me too.
I meant to do it, but Dan was standing in front of it and I missed that one. Livability, you know, when this comes out to the press and everything else, you know, livability is a good one to have there because there are a lot of citizens that don't think we care about that. So
Okay.
I like that title.
We've got 5 counselors that put their little not on it.
Yeah,
It's
it
just,
feels important.
look, all of them are important, but we could have our staff put all their extra effort into housing and not necessarily move the dial at all. There's just some, it's such a big issue. There's so many other factors. But on the other hand, if we're like animal control or that set of issues is really important, be sure to spend some time on that.
Okay.
And they come back and say, we did, we're gonna spend some money, like, we can really make an impact.
So yes, we wanna keep livability on the list.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay.
It's not a core value.
Okay, and do we wanna keep housing on the list?
Could have someplace to live,
Huh?
could have someplace to live.
What's on housing that,
Housing policies that encourage development, evaluate the SDCs and work with the regional partners, you know, potentially to help build housing and complete the housing production strategy.
so I mean. Just going down that list, it seems like things that we're doing naturally, or except for maybe reevaluating the CCs, but in fairness, I have a feeling that the city did reevaluate the CCs, they would go up, not down. So I don't know, for what it's worth, these are all projects that either are coming from the direction of the state, which case they'll be out our local revenues. Which happens nearly every legislative cycle. They will have some superseding provision, making it so that we have to, you know, suddenly allow residential development in commercial ground. So I mean, as far as whether this should be a goal.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure what we lose if we don't do that. This session. I think the rest of them are generally there's additional work to be done in all of them, and they're all important, as several people have said. But as far as considering whether this is something that we need in order for staff, and when I say we here, I'm saying staff. The staff need this to be a goal for the city council. I don't think we do, and I don't think we lose that much if it's not, because I think the objectives or the processes that are included in it, we can accomplish, we will already be doing that work, or the state will be telling us to do it.
Okay.
But there are other things we have to take out of the house.
Okay, but none of the things that she mentioned.
Right, I mean, so we've had some conversation in a couple different areas about other ways the city can get involved with supporting housing production that are not as good.
So I'm gonna just check in with council because I wanna bring this home to speaker. We're gonna run out of time and we will need to wrap it up. So just council, are you interested, as you currently have this framed up, keeping housing on the list? You've kind of heard that today, yeah.
I guess the SDC issue, that's all I hear a lot about, SDCs are too high now. You think there's a chance it might go up, so be it. I think we need to look at that.
Okay.
And I think the park district is to the extent we have any control over it. I know we can't control it, but I like to think we have other big tools of leverage that we can use with the park district to get them to lower their SDCs to a level that we think is more appropriate.
Okay, so you're, yes, keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Keep it on.
Keep it on.
This is a fire, right? It's still manageable.
Scott, yes. Rod?
Whatever you said, that's good.
All right, we're gonna keep it on the list.
Darcy, did you?
Yeah. All right. How do you guys feel about your 5?
As far as the houses goes, it's interesting, when you look at that sheet over there, talk about uncertainties. There isn't an issue out there that has more concern on the process. And kind of going with what Jonathan was saying about the housing issue, I think we're kind of faced with the same thing as the housing issue. That we're gonna be, I'm not sure how much the staff is gonna be doing, does not involve dictates from other places that make us do either what we don't want to do or what we think is appropriate. I'm just gonna point that out. I don't think 5 is unmanageable. I just like to, this might be the appropriate time to express my deepest appreciation and confidence in the staff to be able to manage all 5. This is where the council not.
Yeah, we don't have time to necessarily talk about the framework piece today. We've mentioned different ideas throughout the day. So I think we'll work with Matthew and team and just taking what we've heard throughout the day and putting a suggestion together, propose something for you to discuss when you discuss the refined goals that'll come forth to you at a council meeting. And then you can offer some feedback and we can revise that section as needed when you conclude that discussion. So that's what you can expect for next steps. We'll take all of this, we'll refine it into some policy level goals and some actions. So you'll have 5. We'll include the parking lot that will also be moved forward, so it doesn't get lost. It's important. I believe it's important because those issues cycle back, and we'll make sure also that the language around the city workforce, that it's reflected somewhere in its level of importance, because none of this gets done without that being part of the work, and we will be working on it for sure. So, what's that?
We took our name tag down.
That's all right. Okay, let's see. So let's just wrap it up. We don't have time for a lengthy reflection, but we do deep sigh of relief over here. Maybe that's how we wrap it up, a deep sigh of relief. Yes.
I don't have an opportunity to talk to all the counselors, and I've been doing a lot of research in the housing and the homelessness issue for homelessness. And I've come to some deductions that I'm gonna read before. Without a dedicated location to provide shelter, food distribution, and toilet, the whack-a-mole approach to managing the downtown and citywide camping issue will continue and most likely increase. By not enforcing the ordinances and holding offenders accountable, the camping, shopping cart theft, and perceived violation of city laws, the lawlessness claimed by citizens only get deepened. City and county government must leverage funding to address this growing issue that threatens the livability of our town. And it's my opinion that we must act with prudence and haste to change the course of this epidemic that's upon us.
All right. Let's wrap up our day by just sharing in the spirit of the upcoming holiday of Thanksgiving. I think it's important to, if you don't have some sort of gratitude practice, to just offer some gratitude for something related to your work here with the city. Whether it's your teammates, whether it's just the work that staff does, or that you all do in council, you all commit a lot of time to making sure that this community continues to be a safe community where people can, enjoy all the amenities that you offer and live happy, healthy lives. And if they're not doing that, you're working towards making that possible. So I think there's a lot to be grateful for. So let's just go around and just share one final word. You don't have to make a long statement or something, but just something that you feel a lot of gratitude for coming out of today's experience. And you can't say being done. All right.
Recess.
I already took that.
There's no way to say this without sounding like I'm trying to curry favor, so that's what it is. But I think we have really excellent staff in the city, especially leadership and staff generally. I have very few citizen complaints about, the staff giving treating me bad. We don't get that, and I'm really thankful for high quality staff in the city.
Darcy.
I am grateful for the fact that city council and staff are all working well together, and that things just really feel like we're moving forward and kind of actually swiftly right now. So that feels good to me.
Gosh.
Yeah, I'm just grateful for the opportunity today to share with all of you and part of this, team building as well as exercises. Thank you.
I'm grateful for making this a decision along with the rest of you, to hire Matthew and all the other people that have been new to our staff, because it has improved the quality of our city and state. I appreciate that.
We're working with a group of people who genuinely want to make a positive impact on our community. Okay.
Thankful for everybody I work with, staff and council for their trust. I've just been impressed by the team we have, staff, and council level. We're all pulling together.
I see a lot of places where council members and staff are fighting all the time publicly, and by the way, I can see the videos that are on YouTube, it's pretty funny. We had a little bit of that before, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it's not happening.
Well, wait a minute, you're leading the charge.
I didn't want to say that. That's, I'm grateful for that. Everybody's getting along. There's the technical part of this, and there's the personal relationships. And I think they've all developed the appropriate personal relationships to make us get along and make today for a day like today.
Yeah, I'm grateful as well. The time that I'm on here is a good time to be on here, because it is such a cohesive group. As I understand it, hasn't always been that way. Impressive staff, yes.
Forget the modernizing technology. Transparency across the public relations. Very important. He had it right to begin with. That was the thing that I really wanted. I thought a lot of people would touch on that and didn't. But I think it's really important in light of the press we get. In fact, in time of actually a lot. People don't understand what we're doing. And that we're trying the best we can, and that we're, as far as council people, we're volunteers, volunteer electeds. So transparency part is really important, keeping all of our staff in the modern era as it continues to evolve. I may not like it personally, but I'm old. We need to, I hope we keep that somewhere in that parking lot bucket list. Thanks for all you did today. That's good.
Grateful for the opportunity to contribute a little bit and to be heard, and especially for my fantastic staff.
I'm really grateful for the opportunity to work with the council that we have now. I've worked with our councils for a number of years. I've worked with, I think, 9 different city managers now. You want what Matthew's brought. I value the opportunity and appreciate the working with the staff and the level of integrity that the folks we have now bring to their efforts every day to make this a better place.
I'm thankful for everybody being so genuine and kind, and everybody in this room is very happy. And I'm very thankful for these pens because they were great to start.
You guys are tight right now. We're all dry.
I am, well, something like a broken record at this point, but thankful for the support of this council and the city manager, particularly when it comes to supporting staff and their professional development. We had a big ask this year for substantial amount of money for training. We got it. Great.
Thank you for the coffee and the burritos. They were excellent. I'm gonna go back for some seconds maybe. I want to thank everybody in the room. Everybody, like Angie said, is very genuine and pleasant to be around. Like to thank my staff as well. I've got a great staff. I want to thank the taxpayers for supporting the library. Not complaining about it too much. So. And I want to thank the patrons that actually visit the library. So, thanks.
I'm almost down to the ditto line.
All right.
But yeah, I've got a great group of staff that I get to work with that have, I'm probably the newest one in the room beside Amy. And there's a lot of wisdom that I can call on and be able to present stuff to council that maybe nobody's ever heard before. And they're always willing to hear and look at new ideas. And I think that's what's going to cause our community to grow.
I want to thank you for guiding us through this thing and keeping us on track and getting us to the end.
You're welcome. Well, I just on behalf of Sasha and I thank you, Sasha, for all of your support as well. And we just want to thank you for your engagement, your participation, for playing along with all of the goals that we put in place. And we'll send you off with one final song. You got anything?
Oh, sure. Also, before I find the song, Abby is back here now, so we need to give her a big thank you. Abby. Got it. I know that one.
There you go.
Together now.
Along if you'd like, otherwise we'll get all this cleaned up and get some notes back to you and we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys. Thanks.